Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising you.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that is also happening here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is coming.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Signal. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Genius level talent. Do you have to believe in it so hard because people put their shit and their insecurities on you?
Squad made the beat.
My name is Scott Galley, and I'm the CEO of Haystack Industries, and I am a genius.
Hey y'all, it's TSU The Buzz Radio with your host, I am Zaire, also known as DJ Roz, and I am genius.
Our job is to find that genius level talent and then to apply it in a way that supports that genius level talent.
name is Riley. I'm a musician and I am a genius. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the fair.
My name is Justice. My genius is music. Genius is comedy.
Doesn't mean you have to walk around planting unwanted seeds. Doesn't mean you have to walk around with all the guns.
My name is Mira Moffitt, and my genius is poetry. Genius is comedy.
Hi, I'm Celeste Stein, an associate professor of mass communication. Although I have a lot of interests, my genius is actually nurturing and helping others to achieve their full potential. I currently teach at Tennessee State University, where genius is common.
I
am a genius. My name is Gabriel Golden. I'm a student at Tennessee State University, and everyone has a genius in them. So I challenge you to find your genius.
Genius is common, and my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
The Black Business Olympic Network, as well as the 2021 Black Business Expo USA, is led by the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III. It is a 7-day, 24-hour virtual event that you don't want to miss.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. I'd like to invite you to come August the 23rd through the 29th. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit. Genius is common.
It's time to join the Black Business Olympic Network, along with the 2021 Black Business Expo USA. Join the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss. Because we know that genius is coming.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. I want to welcome you to the Black Business Network. My name is Trisha Brown, and I'm a real estate agent here in Durham, North Carolina. I serve the Durham area, Raleigh, and any close by cities. I will be your business moderator this morning for this on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network. Our goal is to network and show Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today's guest is going to be Miss Vicki Lee Parker High. Miss Parker High serves as Executive Director of North Carolina Business Council, a statewide nonprofit business association with the mission to connect, empower, and influence business leaders to build a vibrant economy that will protect our natural resources, sustain local communities, and benefit all of North Carolinians. Prior to joining the North Carolina business community, Vicki served 5 years as the Communication and Development Director at North Carolina Small Business. We want to welcome you, Ms. Vicki Lee Parker High.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you all for having me.
And I know that you'll be bringing on 3 other speakers along with you this morning. We also want to welcome them and thank you for taking the time out to present this presentation to us this morning.
Okay. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not quite sure how to present it, or are they going to present it?
Okay. Well,
okay. I can share?
You can share.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead and give you the floor. And thank you so much for being here. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Okay. All right, if someone can just let me know in the chat if they are seeing, I think you are seeing my screen. And here we go. Should be in share mode here. Wonderful. So again, good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be back with my Black Business Expo family for a week long of just learning about amazing companies and learning about their products. It's always something I look forward to. I always learn so much and get exposed to so many amazing entrepreneurs out across North Carolina and now across the country. So always glad and happy to be a part of this. And it's always such an exciting time. During this time with you for the next few minutes, I'm going to be talking about a little bit about the state of Black businesses. So let's jump on into it. I'll tell you a little bit more about who we are. The North Carolina Business Council was founded in 2014 by a group of sustainable, purpose-driven businesses. They came together with a mission to connect, empower, and influence business leaders to build a vibrant economy that sustains our communities, protect our natural resources, and benefits all North Carolinians. And in essence, what that means is that we really want to build an equitable economy that allows all businesses to access the resources and services and funding that they need to grow and thrive. I don't have to spend a lot of time telling you how inequitable the things are right now for a lot of businesses, small businesses, Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. But our job at the North Carolina Business Council is to look for policies and ways to level that playing field. So what do? We, again, influence. We do that by amplifying the sustainable business voice. We track bills and legislation that directly impact businesses and let you know about those. We connect you to your representatives and to lawmakers. And we like to also connect our businesses to state leaders. Again, people who are in position to create policies or laws that make you doing your job easier. And then we do that and form a statewide policy movement. So once we identify some of the barriers, then we bring our voices together collectively to try to address that and create a movement to make change. We like to empower our businesses. We do that through webinars, and we try to bring expert business folks to you so that you can learn more about what it means to be a sustainable and resilient business. We try to present case studies to you so you can see companies who have followed and grown along sustainable business lines, how they have thrived, so that you can learn to incorporate those same practices in your own business. And then again, we want to bring resources to help you grow and thrive. And I guess I want to just kind of emphasize again, when we talk about sustainable business, it's not just being a green business. We're talking about building a resilient business that is being built to last, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So everything that we show you or expose you to are looking at how you can develop and strategize so that your company is here, that it endures the economic downturns, it endures the economic growth, that it endures, weather, pandemics, anything that comes our way. You want to make sure you have a foundation that's resilient and that's going to get you through it. So that is what sustainable means for us. And of course, it is also treating our environment well and being good stewards over our environment. And then finally, we like to convene. And, part of that is me participating in forums like this, hosting forums like this, or letting you know about other forums similar to this. So we feel that we learn and grow when we come together and hear each other's experiences. So each year we host an annual awards luncheon where we recognize sustainable businesses. But throughout the year, again, we try to host other events or promote other events that you can go to, again, to meet other businesses that think and feel as you do. So what do we stand for? I mentioned that we try to bring together the business voice. So we do a lot of advocating, a lot of advocacy work. And these are our top 5 areas that we focus on. First is a resilient economy, which can include things from living wages to healthcare gap to work share programs, to buying local and supporting small businesses. We focus on the environment, which for us has really meant, clean water, climate issues that, again, impact businesses. So a lot of businesses need good, clean water to be sustainable. And again, a lot of businesses are affected by some of the climate issues. So we want to make sure that, again, you have the resources and the ability to weather those storms. Diversity and inclusion is a huge one for us. We really promote diversifying the workplace and present evidence on why that's important for your business and how that's helpful for you. Co-working with businesses, employee-owned companies, and supporting women-owned and minority-owned businesses is all part of our diversity and inclusion strategy. Fourth, we look at farm and agriculture. We're huge components of regenerative agriculture. We believe that we have to replenish the soil and make best use of it so that it'll last and that it'll be here for our children and our children's children. So we want to be, again, good stewards of the environment, good stewards of our soil, making certain that we help our farmers so that they can repurpose or redefine their businesses and continue to be sustainable throughout time. And then finally, but not least, is election integrity. We've spent a lot of energy on this particular area in the last couple of years with the 2020 election, now then followed by the 2020 census, and now we're looking at redistricting reform. So our business members are deeply engaged in this and working with our state leaders to call for fair and transparent drawing of our districts. So if that's something that you care about, you please get in touch with us. We need more voices to speak out on this as they're actually preparing to draw those maps as of today. So today we're gonna, like I say, focus on, you know, Black businesses and why Black businesses matter, the state of small businesses in North Carolina, and then finally I'm gonna try to talk about opportunities that exist, and we'll learn about those. So we've heard the stories by now. I'm sure if you're watching this and you're a small business, this isn't going to be new to you, that Black businesses did not fare well during the pandemic. It really painted a very stark picture. And I often say, I think the word that comes to my mind really is sad. I mean, it's really, truly sad. I think I had anticipated that there would be a gap, that Black businesses would be affected more and have a higher negative impact than white businesses, but I didn't foresee this type of gap. So we see here that the decline in Black-owned businesses versus white-owned businesses due to COVID is drastically different. The graph here shows, you see where we started in February. We were already very low compared to our white counterparts or non-Black businesses, but you see that we declined 41% during the pandemic compared to our businesses, which only declined 17%. So, that right there tells a real deep story. I think one that a lot of people didn't realize even going into this pandemic, just how disproportionately Black-owned businesses are impacted when we have any type of impact on the economy. So, it shined a light on that very, very real problem and the very real disparity between the two. So before the pandemic, Black-owned businesses, there were about more than 1 million, according to Census Bureau labor statistics, about 1 million businesses across the U.S. But then by mid-April, in the height of the pandemic, we saw that decline to, like I said, nearly half, almost half, to 444,000 businesses that had shuttered. So, we took a huge, huge hit, clearly. And the tool that was offered to all businesses to help us through that pandemic, which we're all familiar with, was the PPP loan. And, I often said that the PPP loan was, designed in such a way that every business should have been able to access it. It should not have been a disparity, for the simple fact that this wasn't a loan that you had to demonstrate your credit worthiness. It wasn't a loan where you had to, put up assets or, meet certain criteria. It was just a loan that was available. If you applied and you had, workers that qualified, then you qualified for this. So you would think that given that level playing field, that Black-owned businesses would have fared very well under this system. And that was my hope, I guess. I think it was a lot of people's hope. But unfortunately, what we saw was the complete opposite. In a system where it should have been level, should have been easy access for all businesses, that simply wasn't the case. We saw that for loans that were $150,000 or less, PPP loans for $150,000 or less, only 1.9% of those funds, or just under 2%, went to Black-owned businesses, while 83% went to white-owned businesses. And we just have to sit in that for a moment. Again, level playing field, or should have been, no criteria needed. You would think those numbers would have been extremely higher or even, but yet again, only less than 2% went to Black-owned businesses, while 83% went to white-owned businesses. And again, I just had to repeat that. because it begs the question, what is going on here? And it also, makes it painfully obvious that there is even when you level the playing field, there's something that's happening with Black-owned businesses that just doesn't happen with white-owned businesses. And a lot of people offered a lot of explanations, or some of them I felt were excuses. Well, Black-owned businesses didn't have the relationships, and they didn't apply, or those sort of things. But that wasn't what I was hearing. I mean, Black businesses were trying to get funding, but it does tell us something about our financial institutions and how they respond to Black-owned businesses. And again, it tells us as Black-owned businesses where we need to really put our voice and put our efforts to insist upon change. So a lot of this, as I alluded to earlier, is perpetuated by myths, the black myths. And I think there are a lot of assumptions that were obviously made that somehow caused the financial institutions to not even, allow, that somehow created barriers for Black-owned businesses to not get the PPP funding. And I think people are assuming, and it's been prevalent that they assume that Blacks are bad investments. And that, that we look at Black businesses that have already, have the funding that they need, and that education is a great equalizer, and that there's no generational wealth gap. So let me dig into some of these, because these myths are, they pervade the entire financial landscape. I rattle them off. We hear them a lot, but these myths and assumptions that financial institutions make about Black-owned businesses, and even, the general public make about Black-owned businesses, are really crippling our businesses and crippling the way people approach Black businesses. And I think we have to confront these myths and remind people that that's what they are. They're myths. They're not truth. They're not based in facts. They're not supported in facts. And so we have to remind them of that. So let's start with, one of the first ones, that they're, bad investments. And I'm not going to list them all here, but there are plenty of studies that have shown that when Black-owned businesses are given the same resources, same financial funding, and put on the set level playing field, they perform just as good as, if not better than, non-Black businesses. I mean, studies after studies show that and prove that. So the idea that they're bad investments is only because they're not getting access to those resources that non-Black businesses have very readily. They're not getting access to the capital that they need. They're not getting access to startup funding. They're not getting access. They can't afford to bring in the talent and the skilled workforce that non-Black businesses can bring in. So then hence this myth that they're bad investments. Well, no, they're not bad investments. They just don't have the resources being invested in them. So therefore, they're almost forced to be perceived as bad investments. But when you take away those barriers, again, it has been proven and shown time and time again that Black-owned businesses perform just as well as any other owned business when they're given that opportunity. The next one really surprised me in my research. I found in a study that there are, in a study of financial investors, banks, and CEOs of major banks, they found that 83% in a survey that was done, I believe, by Morgan Stanley, that 83% of these CEOs believed that Black businesses already had the funding that they needed. So it was baffling that on one hand, there is this perception that these are bad investments, but yet at the same time, you have a survey of top executives who say, and 83% say, that they have the money that they need. We can only assume what is leading to that, and I don't know per se. Perhaps they feel that someone else is giving funding to the Black-owned businesses. I don't know, and I can only guess. where that came from. But I thought it was interesting that there is that perception that somehow they are getting what they need and that they have the resources that they need. The next one that, there's been this feeling that, education is a great equalizer. There are a lot of folks who feel that, well, there is no problem with Black-owned businesses. Now you have more Black folks with degrees, and they have access to college, and they have, master's degrees and MBAs. And so therefore they're all set, and that has leveled the playing field. But again, when you look at studies and you look at some of the recent studies, it's been found that, white people who with the same degrees, if you're white or Black with the same degrees, the non-Black graduate earns, I think it's almost 3 times as much more than a Black graduate with the same degree. The income level is staggeringly different. There's a huge gap. And again, we have to remind people of this, and we have to remind ourselves, because as Black-owned businesses, we might even start to think, well, what's wrong with us? Why aren't we succeeding in achieving more? Well, when you look at the data, you look at the real numbers, you see it. It becomes very obvious when you have, when you work as hard and you have to get a degree, and your student loan debt is the same as a non-Black person. However, the other person is going to be making 3 times as much as you or more, or twice what you're making, whatever the gap is. You can already see how that's going to put you at a huge disadvantage. So now you're making less, you have the same amount of debt, you have little or limited access to the capital and funding that you need to start a business, whereas your counterpart is going to be making more money. They might have the same amount of debt, but they're making way more money, and they have access to the funding. It's just available for them. So when you look at the numbers, you really see, again, the disproportionate, how dramatic this situation is, and then, the need for people to really step in and focus on this. This is far from asking from handouts. This is, not that that was ever the case, but this should just get that off the table. There is a real injustice here. There is a real discrimination in our financial system, and real systemic problems that intentionally hold back our Black-owned businesses. So, we don't have to apologize, or, we're not asking for anything that's not due us. We are really saying that this is wrong. And we, as a society and as a capitalist society, need to correct it. We just have to simply correct it. No economy can persist and thrive when there are barriers and systems that intentionally hold back a specific group of people, no matter who that group is. Your economy thrives best when everybody can participate. Everybody can, benefit, and we all grow. It's not one is going to lose more and then one gains. It's like we all grow when you allow every person and every entrepreneur to get in the game. The game is better, it's stronger, the economy is stronger, there's more money flowing through all different communities, and that benefits everybody, not just one group. So I think we have to tell that story and debunk these myths, but also replace them with the idea that leveling the playing field does not take away from another group. It really helps us all grow together. I think also another huge myth, and that a lot of people believe, that they feel that there is no generational wealth cap. A lot of non-Black people think that, because again, I think it's easy to maybe make those assumptions when you don't have to walk in someone else's shoes, and you don't see, it's not obvious to you that there is a huge disparity. And I think as as Black-owned businesses and Black people in general, we are extremely resilient. We portray a lot of strength, which we do have. That is not a myth. We are very strong, and so I think some people think, well, they're doing okay. But again, the numbers show a whole completely different story. Yeah, we're survivors. We thrive. We are still able to somehow get through this. However, we are limited in our ability to grow to the level that we are capable of growing because of these barriers. And so that other one, the fourth issue, is that there's no generational wealth gap. And what studies have found with that is that, and I'm having to do this from memory here, but I believe I can recall it. But one study showed that on average, when we look at inheritance and generational inheritance, on average, I believe our white counterparts receive about 100 or maybe about $40,000 that's inherited on average, and compared to Black-owned people, Black people, excuse me, it's still a little early for me. I think their inheritance average is about 3,000, and don't quote me on there, but that I believe that's roughly where we are. They tend to average inherit about $42,000, where we tend to inherit about $3,000. And either way, the disparity is extremely wide. And so again, when you look at the numbers, and to say there's no generational wealth gap, you got to understand what that looks like, and that's one area of what that looks like. They're typically going to get more money when there's when someone dies in their family. They're more likely to get an inheritance than we are, and when they do get it, is significantly more than what Black people are able to get. And again, systems have been put in place to allow that result. For example, redlining, which was a federally supported discriminatory practice on housing, which for years made it virtually impossible for Black people to own homes. And then when they were able to get one, they had to pay extremely high interest rates. They weren't able to generate the assets and earn those assets as quickly or as non-white homeowners. So there was a federal discriminatory practice for years that made it, like I say, virtually impossible to own one of the biggest assets that most Americans have, which is a home. So we have just that, and that's just one example. There are others, there are many others, but that's one of the most glaring, I think. Again, access to the GI Bill funding and other federal funding that was just not shared with Black people. They were just shut out of that, while white people were able to enjoy those benefits for decades, and Blacks were not. So that gave them a big head start. And I think, again, we have to remind them and remind ourselves of this history so that we understand that policy is important, and having corrective policies and policies that are non-discriminatory, federal policies, state policies, local policies, that is where a lot of these inequities occur. So you have people who are thinking, well, I'm not discriminating, I'm not a racist, I didn't do it. But then you look at these policies, when you have the federal government telling you, hey, do not give loans to people who live in these communities. You don't have to be racist. You just have to simply follow the guidelines. And so, they're right. They're not racist, but you got a federal government telling you this particular group of people are not, they're not a good investment. They have a high risk. They can't get a house loan or loan to buy a home. So, and then if you have policies on the state level that perpetuate that idea, again, you don't have to be racist. You're just saying, okay, well, this is what the government is telling me. So that's why it's important to go back and look at, the federal role that was played in putting our businesses and Black people in the financial situation that they're in today. I think one more point I think I want to make with this whole generational wealth gap is looking at, the amount of money that Black businesses have to start up versus how much, again, our non Black businesses have. And again, I'm probably not, I don't want to really go out there off of memory too much. I think white businesses, I think it's like nearly $100,000, whereas Black businesses, it's somewhere like 10. It's a huge gap. And I apologize, I don't have the study directly in front of me, but the gap is huge. So again, because of that generational wealth gap, we don't have the funds to start our businesses as our non-Black businesses. They have those funds on average. They have more funds to invest. So again, the numbers tell the story of the state of Black businesses. It's not performance, it's not our ability, it's not talent, it's really access to resources that just haven't been available to us on an equitable basis. So I want to put this all into context with where we are in terms of business growth overall. In North Carolina, new business growth is soaring at at a very record rate, which was a little surprising to me, somewhat, particularly some of the reasons why. So let's look at that a little bit. So in North Carolina, the Secretary of State, Elaine Marshall, recently shared data that on the new business formations for 2021. And again, it's been really interesting to see the growth there. So revised numbers for the remaining of the calendar year, they're projecting to see more than 190,000 new businesses, which is approximately 64,000 more than 2020. So this is just really kind of the graphic that they released, again, revising the numbers, because I guess initially we weren't sure what it was going to be, but that they're projecting, like I say, over 190,000 new businesses to form in 2021 at the rate that we're going. Now, what was interesting about this is the reason why. Some of the reasons why. Initially, I assumed that maybe it was because of COVID, but a lot of them, in a survey, they found that only 12% of the new firms reported starting a company due to job loss and the pandemic. So the COVID wasn't playing as much of a role as I had initially assumed. 81% indicated that they were launching their own business in search of new opportunities. And perhaps that does, anecdotally, I guess I have heard a lot of people who just kind of launched out on their own and just saw that, hey, it's either now or never. And they just went ahead and took the chance with everything that was going on. And I think being home, being shut in, we probably had a little more downtime to focus and go and look at that business plan, maybe dust it off and really revisit our dreams. But again, 81% said that they just want new opportunities. And again, with these surveys, it's hard to know exactly what was going on in the minds of the people when they made these answers. But again, you can just kind of speculate based off of what you hear people say. So optimistically, 22% of those businesses report having 3 or more employees on the payroll. So these companies are not just solopreneurs. These are people who are going out there and they're hiring other people. They're taking advantage of the people who are maybe had to leave from other industries, and they're scooping them up and building their own companies and their own teams. And so as a result of this, we're going to see if this trend continues. And we're looking at, if you extrapolate 22% of a record of 64,000 new startups, at the low end, the employment number of 3, we anticipate seeing an additional 42,000 new jobs created on top of last year's record numbers. So there is the potential of small businesses having a huge impact in our local economy. And I really want to emphasize that, because so often we overlook just how powerful of an engine small businesses is to our economy, not just local, but state and national. we still consist of more than 90% of the businesses. Small businesses make up more than 90% of all existing businesses. And now we're seeing evidence that we've always seen evidence that they create jobs at a higher rate than large companies, but we're seeing that continue to increase, which means that small businesses, as I like to say, small business is big business. And therefore we have a voice. If you know me, you should saw that coming. We are powerful. We absolutely must demand that we get the resources and the funding and the opportunities that we need to continue to build our economy. It's not an option anymore. We want to, we should be recognized by the state and others as a major player in our economy, and that the same funding and attention that's given to our big corporations, and again, rightfully so, should also be matched by the funding and attention and opportunities that are given to our small businesses. And I think to do that, we have to encourage our state leaders to get creative, and also other small business service providers have to be creative and really look at what businesses need to grow and thrive, and not, and be very specific and targeting in the training and the services that they offer our small businesses, because this is critical. Again, the numbers don't lie. Small businesses have a real big impact on our economy. We have to make sure that they are supported, that they have every opportunity to grow and thrive, because they are our job creators, and we want them to be around for many years. So I want to try to end, like I say, on this high note. There is opportunity out there. Again, in this short time, I can't list them all, but we do have on our website, on the North Carolina Business Council website, we're going to have a list of some of we try to keep you informed of all the funding opportunities and resource opportunities from a lot of our community partners. I just wanted to highlight, 3 areas that you should be paying attention to over the next few weeks. One is the state funding. As you know, if you're here in North Carolina, the state legislators are right now working on the budget. And in that budget, we have a lot of funding from the federal government through the ARC, the Recovery Act, American Recovery Act bill. A lot of funding is coming to our state, and a lot of those funds we have really worked hard to advocate to be directed towards our small businesses. So there are a number of line items in the budget that will support businesses in a great way. So again, I can't list them all right now for you, but I do urge you to visit our website or take a look at some of the bills that are going on down the General Assembly, so you can see what funding is slated for small businesses. And I say that particularly to our audience because I don't want you to be late to the party. I don't want you to get there and all the best food is gone. So as soon as that budget is signed, those funds will be made available. So we want to make sure you're in a position to know where those funds are going, and make sure that you're able to access them. Again, I'll have the list on our website that we're tracking. And if you want more, you can sign up for our newsletter, and I'll make sure you get that information so you'll see all the things that's slated for small business. I will put a plug in for another company, or another nonprofit, which is NCIDEA. They offer micro grants and seed grants for businesses. Their round of grant is open currently. It closes on August 30th. Again, you can go to their website and get information. So NCIDEA, and there are 2 separate grants that are being made available currently for all businesses. So it's a great opportunity if you're in a position now and you have a great idea and you're at that stage where you need a grant, you need that funding. This is not a loan, it is a grant. Then please apply for that. And again, it closes August 30th, so you still have a few days to apply for those. And then finally, again, what will be coming out in our next newsletter, and you can send me your email if you want to get it. I'm going to be listing some of the major corporations that have stepped up and provided services or provided resources for small businesses, similar to, Facebook with their, ads, and Google with their advertising program for small businesses. But there have been a number of other corporations who have either made a commitment to do more business with small companies, or to provide resources or loans or grants to small businesses. And so our next newsletter that'll be out in the next day or so will focus specifically on what corporations are stepping up to the plate. And then finally, I want to mention one of our programs that's what we're going to be launching this fall. I'm calling it Green to Black, and it's going to be an intensive sustainable business training program for women and minority-owned women businesses. And actually, this training is funded by NC IDEA, and it's going to allow 10 Black-owned businesses that qualify to go through this intense 3-month training, and then we'll track you for another 6 months. But it'll be teaching you sustainable business practices, take you through this sustainability assessment to gauge and get a score on where you are in terms of being sustainable. It'll help you, revise your business plan, assuming you have one, to make sure that it addresses sustainable business issues. And then we will assist you with achieving your sustainable goals. So through the class, you're going to hear from business owners who live this walk, who walk the walk, who have become sustainable, who, incorporate paying a living wage, who, include, building, a team of employees who also understand what it means to be resilient and sustainable and how that plays out. So you'll get to see that. You'll get to see real-time case studies and learn again and develop your own personal plan. So again, you can apply for that. We'll be starting to take applications for that over the next couple of weeks. Again, if you can sign up for our newsletter, you can get a notification of when that application will open up. So I think I'm right at my 40 minutes. So I'm going to just leave it now. If they want to open up for Q&A, I'm ready for that. And we can bring in my host or our next speaker.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. We thoroughly enjoyed that presentation and bringing awareness to the disparity between minority businesses and other businesses. Thank you so much for being a part of the Black Business Network this morning.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm gonna stop sharing here.
Okay.
Okay, did that go through?
I can still see you, but I don't see the presentation.
Okay, good.
And is there anything else you want to close with today?
Just, again, thank the Black Business Expo. For those out there, that continue to support the Black Business Expo, and particularly the scholarship. We all know, well, a lot of us who went to school, went to college, we know how important it is to get any form of help and support. So, this is a great cause. And so that's why I continue to be a partner, because I definitely, remember what that was like. So any help and that we can do to help our students is paramount. And again, if you want more information, they can reach me at vlparker@ncbusinesscouncil.org, or visit our website at North Carolina Business Council. And you can get the resources and data that I mentioned and reference, and if you like numbers like I do, they're all there. They're all there on our website. So
right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. And we look forward to seeing you the next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds to high school students to go to college. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and can register online at www.blackexpousa.com, or you can do the Cash App. And thank you for all donations in advance. We also want to thank our sponsors today. Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2020 and the update list is the Black Leaders Worldwide, Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, A New Way Home, North Carolina, Lee Entertainment, Promise Media, Sway Soul, Lutus Rich Coaching and Training, Genius is Common, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Sharon Campbell Solutions Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnership LLC, Creative Force Studios, Black Expo USA. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And Genius is Commons, and I will see you on the other side.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
So when I heard about the whole concept of genius is coming, it was something I had to be a part of, just simply because it's a way to articulate what I already do with the young people, right? Giving them the power to understand that their voice has power, that their truth matters. They matter. We all have gifts, and my genius is helping others to explore and unlock those gifts. I think my greatest genius is being a dad, though. But with this right here, we're going to take you on a little journey into John Paul's world. This is my genius, and my genius is common. Word.
Of your 490-degree angles, solitude in the land of complete strangers. Adapting to the world changes. Through my art, pour out my heart to some of the pain staying. Of your 490-degree angles, solitude in the land of complete strangers. Adapting to the world changes. Through my art, pour out my heart to some of the pain staying.
Right? This is real. This is because just the presentation of this means so much more. Just the presentation of this is letting the world know, letting your parents and all these other individuals know that you are not that. Right? Because you are not, brother. You wrote that. Right? Intelligence.
That's what that is. You are the smartest. That's what you're gonna say, because that's gonna be your truth. So let's start from the top, but I need you to speak louder, and I want to make sure you're clear. I know you're reading it, so it's cool. Start from the top. Confident. Word?
Word.
Count it off.
5, 6, 7, 8. If you could see a man walking down the crowded street, talking loud to myself, no one in the house direction, one towards him, for he is a poet. You have nothing to fear from the poet, but the truth, the truth, the truth.
I come from a place where there's love, there's hate. I come from a place that's not so perfect. I come from a place that's big, that's small. I come from a place where people play and fight. I come from a small town where people sell narcotics, kill each other, and be greedy. My mama loved me too much to be on the streets. People rather sit on their behinds and complain, want to take but don't want to love. To love, to love, to love, to love.
My genius is new man.
Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are blue. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
See, I am from the land of ham and grits, where we stay caught up in it, where we ain't quick word for shh. We stay flowing our emotions down in these sticks. We keep dirt on the tires, taps on the telephone wires, and everybody you meet is potential liars. Y'all welcome to the ham. See, it's the land of political scams, and the whole government's a sham. They only fix potholes at election time, but you be hard pressed to find another city as raw as mine. This is the place where MLK got locked up at one time, where I spend most of my time getting powered up to shine. Cause around here, I'm something like a super saiyan. Sometimes I be talking crazy and y'all don't understand what I be saying. On every corner, somebody praying. See, it's a lot of churches. That's why they call it the Bible Belt. When I was little, I found out how twisted switches felt. It snows sometimes, but it always melt, cause we stay hot down here in what?
Sweet home
Genius
Alabama.
is common. My dad said that this right here is grown man music.
I say this right here is grown man music.
This right here is grown
Come
man
on.
music.
I say this right here is grown man music.
This right here is grown man music.
I say this right here is grown man music.
This right here is grown man music.
We telling this right here is grown man music.
This right here, this right here. Now I came out the trap to put the ham on the mouth, one hand on the mic, keep
One
a hand on the strap. Y'all be acting crazy down here in the dirty. Grown man status ever since I turned 30. Brain flow, Bill Gates, so label me nerdy. 5 mics in the hood, so label me worthy. Man, I'm so real, I don't need no grill. It is what it is, this is how I live, cause this is real life. Y'all dogs that don't bite, walking in the dark, now I'm searching for the light. Say, bruh, say, bruh,
bruh.
Spitting the truth, now what you spitting for?
Yeah.
Say, go and get your own, what you waiting for? Just use your hit for what he made it for. It's a grown man thing, holler later, bruh. Say this right here is grown man music. This right here, this right here.
I say this right here is grown man music.
Right here, this right here.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Hum and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Genius is common. And my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
The Black Business Olympic Network, as well as the 2021 Black Business Expo USA, is led by the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III. It is a 7-day, 24-hour virtual event that you don't want to miss.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. I'd like to invite you to come August the 23rd through the 29th. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a project. Genius is common.
It's time to join the Black Business Olympic Network, along with the 2021 Black Business Expo USA. Join the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss. Because we know that genius is coming.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Welcome back to the Black Business Expo. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Trisha Brown. I'm a realtor here in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area, and I will be presenting to you this morning our next speaker, which is Dr. Shonda Wall-Williams. She is an accomplished senior executive in higher education with over 25 years of experience. She has extensive experience, achievements, and demonstrates results as a faculty member. She's a mentor, a coach, a consultant, speaker, leader, and practitioner in enterprise of higher education. Thank you and welcome Dr. Sandra Wall-Williams.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mrs. Dr. Sandra Wall-Williams. We are excited to have you here at the Black Expo and where genius is common.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. And we will see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be with you again here at the Black Business Expo. I always give honor where honor is due, and I always give honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ first, and also to the great visionary of Black Business Expo, Dr. Eric Kelly. And so it is indeed a pleasure. And I'm going to be speaking to you today from a topic that is near and dear to my heart. Because as someone who coaches, who mentors, who consults professionally, I have seen so many people not get to their next level of success, and so they get to a point, and then they seem never to be able to get past that point. Whether it's in their career, whether it's in their business, or it could even be in ministry. And so I want to talk to you today about how a process that actually supports you in getting to your next level of success. So I have a PowerPoint, so I want to share my screen. All right, let's see. There we go. That should be it. Let me know if you can see it, because I'm not seeing it on the screen. Okay, so you're not seeing it yet? All right, hold on. Let me see. Hold on just a second. It's saying it's sharing on my end, but for some reason it doesn't. Yeah, I'm hitting the share button. I apologize. Let's see. Let me try it one more time. Okay, is it still not showing on your end? It doesn't look like it's showing on my end either. All right. It's saying I need to have permission to share. So I guess we'll just keep going without it. All right. So again, my name is Dr. Sandra Wall-Williams, and I am a coach, a mentor, I'm a higher education executive, and I'll give you all these different things as I talk about the system that I want to talk to you about today. Okay, let me try one more time to share my screen. And let's see. Before we, okay, hold on, because you know what, this particular presentation is really, really cool. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go ahead without it. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I do apologize for that. So again, I am going to talk to you about a process that I use to help people to get to their next level of success. And it is called LEAP, LEAP, and that is to launch exceptionally to your accurate position. If you're writing, I want you to write that down. Launch exceptionally into your accurate position. And so what is LEAP, and what are we going to talk about today in terms of that? So before we get started with that, though, I want to tell you a little bit about what we do. I want to answer a question for you. How do you know that it's time for your next level? How do you know it's time for you that you're at a point in your career or your business where you're ready for the next thing? And then I want to give you a process to get to your next level of success. You know, one of the things that I've learned in my many over 30 years of executive experience and coaching and mentoring and consulting now is that I see that people don't follow a process to get to their next level of success. And then I want to give you some strategies. So for every part of the process, I'm going to give you strategies to get to that next level of success as well. All right. So first, let me tell you a little bit about me. I am an award-winning leadership mentor and coach. I'm a consultant. I'm an experienced mentor. I'm also an ordained minister within the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship International. I have over 30 years in leadership and 25 years in ministry teaching. I spent 16 years as a C-level executive. I was a senior vice president for all 58 community colleges here in the state of North Carolina. I've grown a successful business. I coach and mentor and consult with women and businesses to reach their next level of success. I'm a member of corporate boards and education boards. I'm the CEO of Coach, Teach, and Serve, founder of Vision Building Women, and an author. I'm also author of several books and several chapters in other books. So I am qualified to bring to you this information. You know, as I was listening to the speaker before me, and she was talking about the state of Black businesses, you know, it's so very important that you understand everything that she was talking about. And I was taking my notes there as well, but also understand that it's so very important to be able to move to your next level. That how do you do that? And what do you need to do that? So that's what we're going to talk about. And one of the things that I know is that as I work with individuals, as I work with companies to get to their next level of success, I found out several things. And this is what that is. Most people work full time. They work full time. And they've experienced, maybe you've experienced some sort of success on your job. Okay. You may work full time and you may have experienced some sort of success on your job. You may have and I hope you do, as the speaker before me was saying, you know, have a vision for your business or for your ministry. Or even in your career, you should always have a vision for what it is that you want to do. You know what? You may even want to stay where you are until you get things in order. You know, I've had people tell me, well, Dr. Sandra, I'm not ready to move to a new position just yet. I'm not ready for that next level. I want to get things in order, is what I hear people say. You know, you may even want to get to that next level. You may even want to get to your next level of success, but for you, it may be a little bit overwhelming. And most of the time it's overwhelming because you don't have a process. Okay. It's overwhelming because you don't have a process. You know, you want to use your God-given gifts. You want to be able to take everything that God has given you, all the gifts that he's given you, and be able to move forward with that. But for whatever reason, you may not be able to leave the job or move into a different aspect of business or add something to business, or your next level of success could be going back to school. Regardless of what it is, you should always be preparing for your next. Let me say that again. You should always be preparing for your next level of success. It doesn't matter what level you are. It doesn't matter where you are in business, where you are in ministry, where you are in your career. Even if you've just started, even if you're still in college, or you've just started a business, or you know, you've just graduated from college and you're just starting your career. It doesn't matter where you are. I need you to get this. You should always be preparing for your next level. Okay. And I want to show you how to do that today. So, you know, one question that I often get, that I get quite often, as a matter of fact, is, you know, how do I know that it's time for me to get to my next level? You know, how do I know what indications, what signs are there that tell me that I need to that it's time for me to go to my next level of success? Well, let me give you mine, for example. You know, as a career in education. I had gotten to the highest level that I wanted to achieve. Okay, that I wanted to achieve. There are maybe some levels higher from where I was, but I really wasn't ready and didn't really want to do those things at that particular point in time. And so, because I had gotten to these higher levels, I began to have some sort of, what do you call it? I began to get sort of, I'm trying to think of the right word I want to use here. I began to get a little anxious. Okay. I began to get a little anxious because I was like, you know what? I'm ready to move to my next level of success, but people are going to look at me and go, I can't believe you left that great job to start something on your own. But that was my next level. Every single, as a high level executive within community colleges, I was presenting to boards. I was making very multi-million dollar decisions, had a huge budget, a huge staff, people working, having responsibility for technology across all 58 community colleges. It's one of those things that I was like, okay, do I really, really, really want to leave this? And, I got to the point where I was like, okay, help me. What are some things that I can do to help me make this decision? So, I was doing commencement exercises, being a commencement speaker, and still am. I still do lots of commencements. I was NC State's alumni of the year. That's my alma mater. Go Pack. I was North Carolina's technology woman of the year. And, I still couldn't determine whether or not this is something I really, really wanted to do. But then one day I was in Pennsylvania and I was doing presenting at a women's conference. And it was at that women's conference that I was like, oh my goodness, I love and have a heart for empowering women. I love to be able to give women, and especially women leaders within organizations, what they need to be able to get to their next level of success. And so that's when I made up in my mind, I've got to prepare to get ready to go. So then I asked myself the question, well, how do I know that it's time for me to leave? How do I know that, it's time for me to start all this preparation? Well, the answer to that is part one, you're always in preparation mode. You're always in preparation mode. I'm going to give you the things that you need to do to prepare. Okay. But the second part to that answer, how do I know that it's time for me to prepare for my next level of success, is that when I'm giving more to the job than the job is giving to me, then it's time to go. And I'm not talking about money. Let me say that again. When I'm giving more to the job than the job is giving to me, it's time for me to leap. And again, leap is launch exceptionally into your accurate position. And when I say when I'm giving more to the job, you spend a lot of time on your job. You spend a lot of time in your business. You spend a whole lot of time, doing whatever it is that you do professionally. And it should always be giving something back to you. Okay. It should be giving back to you professional development. It should be giving back to you growth, personally, professionally, of course, financially. You should have that sort of growth with whatever you are doing. But when you're spending a lot of time and you're not seeing that growth come back to you, then then for a fact, it is time for your next level of success. Okay. So now what I want to do this morning is I want to give you what I call my LEAP process, launch exceptionally into your accurate position. I want to give you that process. And this is a process that I work with my clients with, that actually help you to prepare for your next level. One of the things that I always say as a minister and as an executive is that everybody talks about next level, but nobody ever tells you how to get there. All right, people talk about it. You got to get to your next level. You got to get to your next level. But no one ever tells you exactly what to do to get there. And that's what I want to do this morning. So hopefully you're taking notes, and let's walk through what I call the LEAP process, the process to launch exceptionally into your accurate position. And this helps you to get to your next level. Now, there are 7 components to this. And again, I do apologize. I wish I had my PowerPoints up here. I know for some of you, it's easier to follow PowerPoints than it is to necessarily listen to a voice. But I'm going to go through the process on how to leap. How do you get to that accurate position, and and as you prepare for that next level of success? So let's go ahead and get started. Number 1, and as I give you each component, what I'm going to do also is to give you a strategy for each component. I'm going to give you each component of the process and then give you a strategy to go along with it. Okay. So you're getting a lot here. There's a lot in this time that I'm with you this morning. All right. So number 1, you must work your dream. Okay. You must work your dream. Now, what does that mean? That means you have to understand your vision, your calling, your assignment, whatever it is that you feel that is your next level. You have to be ready and prepared to do the work behind it. Let me tell you, I have been an executive for a number of years. I own my own company now. As a matter of fact, I own my own company. My husband and I have a company together, and I run a ministry as well. And all of that, all 3 of those, there is an enormous amount of work behind it. You cannot get to next level without doing the work. Okay, let me just put it out there for you. You cannot get to next level without doing the work. The work is required. And part of that work is understanding your vision, understanding your calling, understanding the assignment that you're in this particular season in your life. And that does take time. That does take reflection. That does take working with someone who can actually pull that out of you. Now, here's a strategy I want you to do. I want you to begin, and this is going to be sort of disruptive for some of you. I want you to begin to become a strategic planner of your dream. Okay, I need you to write that down if you're writing. Become a strategic planner of your dream. Now, when I talk about becoming a strategic planner of your dream, what I mean here is you need to write down strategies in terms of how are you going to get to where it is that you want to go. Okay, what do you need to do? Or what do you, and even if you don't know, write down some things that you may think. And then I'm going to show you some things a little bit later on. One of our other parts of the process is that you may have to get some people to help you through this. Okay, don't ever think that you can do this whole process of next level by yourself. Okay, because you can't. All right, you really cannot. You always need help doing that. But I want you to become a strategic planner of your dream. You have to get in your mind that in order to work it, it has to be planned out. Okay. I always go back to scripture, and everything I do is undergirded by scripture. And the Bible tells us that without a vision, the people perish. And so you want to make sure that you have your vision written down, because it also tells us to write the vision and make it plain. You want to make sure that you have what it is that you want to be, where it is that you want to go, that you have that documented. And then you want to be a strategic planner of that dream. Okay, of that goal. I say dream, some people say goal, some people say assignment, some people say vision. It is wherever you can call it wherever it is. But the thing about it is you are moving towards it. Okay, you are moving towards it. Now, the next one, number 2, you want to, what I call, work your obstacles. Work your obstacles. Now, in working your obstacles, you want to identify the obstacles that you encounter, and then you want to turn these obstacles into lessons. Turn your obstacles into lessons. That's how you work your obstacles. Now, let me give you an example. When I was very early in my career, probably till about mid-career, I would allow so many things at my job to get me emotional. Okay. Or I would get emotional about this. And this one got a raise and I didn't. If this one got if this person got the opportunity to do something and I didn't, I would always be like, oh, woe is me. And I would get an attitude. Well, let me tell you something. The more mature I became in leadership, the more I found out that I am wasting precious time determining or lamenting over something someone else got, because it's not going to change my situation. So what I decided to do, and believe me, I didn't decide this on my own. I had help getting to this point, right? I determined that if I am going to get to that next level, I've got to use every single obstacle as a lesson learned. Every single obstacle, turn it into a lesson. All right. Now, there are different kinds of obstacles that are in your life. There are external obstacles. These are obstacles for which you have no control. Things like the economy, things like the weather. There's things that happen like floods. Like right now, people are dealing with flooding, and that's something they couldn't do anything about, but it's become an obstacle in their life, right? There are internal obstacles. These are obstacles that you usually bring on yourself, meaning that, but you do have control over them, like your cash flow, your debt, your time availability, the skills that you have. Those are internal obstacles because you have control over them. And let's go a little bit deeper. There are social obstacles that sometimes you may experience. Social obstacles are, you may be on a job or in a business where people are uncooperative with you. You may not have the support that you need. You may be in a toxic relationship. You may be in a place where you want to move forward, but you just don't have the mentorship or whatever you need to be able to do that. And that's what we call social obstacles. And then there are personal obstacles. And, I will tell you, usually personal obstacles are the ones that get us the most, because personal obstacles are the ones that take you into emotion. All right. And that emotion will cripple you, and that emotion will keep you from progress. So what are some personal obstacles? Bad habits, fears, limiting beliefs, disorganization, procrastination. All right, bad attitude. I was just telling you about, excuse me, my bad attitude when things didn't come to fruition like I wanted them to. I'd get an attitude on the job. But you know what? What I have learned, and I teach this constantly. If you have ever talked to me and you've ever come to me with a problem, you will see that I will turn it around. It will become a lesson learned, and every opportunity every obstacle that you have, we need to turn it into an opportunity for you. How can you use it as a stepping stone? One of the things that I do in my practice is I always undergird everything by scripture. Okay. I believe that the Bible has everything in it that we need to succeed. It actually tells us that in the book of Joshua. And so when I work with people and I say, let's turn this obstacle into an opportunity, because here's something that I learned probably mid-career kind of thing, and began using it from then on, is that God doesn't waste anything. So if something is an obstacle, if you're going through something on your job, if you're dealing with something in business, if you're dealing with something professionally or personally, don't waste it. Don't waste that. Figure out what is the lesson, use that, and then keep on moving. Now, last thing here with this one, and then I want to move on to the next part of the process. So I want you to ask yourself, am I in my professional life, in my life, am I an egg or am I a tennis ball? Okay, egg or tennis ball. Sandra, what you talking about? Okay, here's the thing. If you are an egg and you get thrown towards an obstacle, you're going to break and you're going to fall all over the place, right? But if you are a tennis ball and you get thrown against an obstacle, what are you going to do? You're going to bounce back. And that's what you want to be. You want to be able to bounce back from any obstacle. And how do you do that? You turn it into an opportunity. You turn it into a lesson learned. All right, let me move on because I can get long-winded. And so whoever is running the back office, please let me know how much time I have left. Okay. Now, the next one, the part 3 of the process, I want you to learn to work your confidence. Work your confidence. You must be confident in what it is that you are doing. Now, here's the next thing in terms of working your confidence. You know when you get confidence, you know when confidence comes. Confidence comes when there's clarity. When you're clear about what you're doing in this season, then you will be confident about it. You don't have to know everything there is to know, but when you are clear about it and you know that's where you're supposed to be, that's the accurate position that you're supposed to be in, then you'll have confidence. Let me give you an example. I remember my very first day when I first started the position, it was vice president of administration. It then moved to senior vice president of technology. When the very first day, I said to myself, oh my goodness. I mean, I was in this office. People were coming to me with asking all these questions about what to do about this, that, and the other. And I was like, I just walked in the door. This is my first day. But you know what? Here's the thing. I knew that that's where I was supposed to be. So I had to get, first of all, clear that this is where I'm supposed to be. This is where God has placed me at this particular point in time in my life in terms of my profession. And so I've got to have the confidence, whether I know the answer to everything or not, I still have to have the confidence to walk out this position. So in order to reach your next level of success, whatever your next level is, you've got to be clear. And with clarity comes confidence. All right. So I want you to begin to work that. So confidence means sometimes, here's the strategy. Sometimes you have to do it afraid. Sometimes you may be like, oh my goodness, can I really do this? Am I really up for this? You may need to do it afraid because confidence means taking action. Confidence does not come from sitting still. Confidence does not come from having or experiencing or being a procrastinator. Confidence does not come from having negative thoughts. Confidence comes when you take action. Okay. I say that because people want, I've experienced people want to sit around and they want to wait for a promotion. No, ma'am. No, sir. Confidence comes when you take action. Confidence comes when you start actually doing the things that you might say, well, I don't know how to do that. Let me tell you something. Let me put this nugget in here, and then I'm going to go on to the next one because I want to make sure that I get all of these in before my time is up. Okay, so one of the most pet peeves that I had as an executive, and I still have it today, is when someone says, that is not my job, or you don't pay me to do that. Let me tell you something. Saying that is not my job, saying you don't pay me to do that will keep you stuck. It'll keep you stuck in your mind, but more importantly, it'll keep you stuck in the person's mind that's over you because you don't have the confidence to take action. You don't want to do more because see, when you take action and you do more, then you learn more and then you become more valuable. Oh, I want you to get this, okay? This is so very important. You become more valuable when you do things that are outside of your comfort zone because in order to do them, you've got to learn, you've got to grow, you've got to be able to work with different kinds of people. All kinds of things happen when you go outside of your comfort zone. So I want you to know that confidence comes when you take action, which means that you might have to do it afraid. Okay. You might have to say, you know what? I am scared to go back to school, but I'm going to do it. Let me give you this last little example, and then I'll go on to the next one. I know I said that before, but I'm going to give you this one as well. When I was getting my doctorate, I had gotten all the way up to my the defense. Okay, the defense is an oral presentation, and you have to talk all about your research and everything. And at North Carolina State University, where I got my doctorate, at the defense, you can invite people to be there. Okay, you can invite people to be there. And so I'm from a little town called Rockingham, North Carolina, more specifically inside Rockingham, North Carolina, a community called Little Philly. And some of my Little Philly peeps came up, my family, my mom, my dad, my brother, who was a little kid at the time, but they all came up to be there with me, and my husband, of course, they all were here to be with me for this presentation. Now, my dad did not graduate high school, and so he and my mom went to be with the Lord in April, but this past April, but he and my mom were always my cheerleaders. So I was so nervous about doing my defense, and so we were in this room. And there were all these books in the room. And my dad asked me, he said, Sandra, what are all these books that are in this room? And I said, these are all the copies of dissertations from people who have already finished their dissertation. So he said, you mean to tell me all of these people have done, that these books represent all the people who have done what you're getting ready to do? And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, you shouldn't have any problem. If they can do it, so can you. And that's what I want to tell you today, that sometimes you just have to step out. You just have to have that confidence to take the action, do it afraid, and then watch you begin to get clarity so that you can get to the next level. Don't allow fear to stop you from getting to the next level. Let me keep going because I will stay on that one for a while. All right. And I see that you all are giving comments in the Facebook. I can't look at them. I got to keep with the presentation. So if there are questions, I'm sure that maybe we'll have time for those at the end. Now, the next part of the process is to work your audience. Work your audience. You need to know who it is that you are called to serve. Okay. Now, if you're in a business, if you're an entrepreneur in a business, your business is not to serve everyone. I do not coach, mentor, consult with everybody. I just don't do it. If women want to work with me in terms of moving forward with their leadership, there's a certain criteria to be able to do that. And it's not that I think I'm better than anybody else. It's just that I know who I'm called to serve. I know the type of woman in leadership that I'm called to serve. And so when I make these kinds of presentations, I tell people that part of your next level is understanding who is it that you're called to work with. Now, you might say, well, I'm in a job. So how does that fit? Well, then instead of who are you called to serve, what business, what organization, what company are you called to work with? I am a firm believer that everybody is not called to work with every company. I have a friend, and excuse me, she's a nurse, and she is adamant about the kinds of doctors, the kinds of hospitals, the kinds of things that she works in. And I love it. You know why? Because she's in her accurate position. And so when you know who you're called to serve, like there are certain people that I can't work with, I won't work with because their values don't match up with what I value. Okay, I have a set of values. You should have a set of values. When I work with people, one of the things we do is you define your values. If you don't know what's important to you, then you'll do anything or you'll allow anybody to do anything with you. So you have to know who is it that you are called to serve. So what is your strategy here? Write down the kinds of people you want to do business with. If you are a business that gives service to others, what kinds of people do you want to do business with? Who is it that you want to serve? Who is it that you want to work with? Who are those particular people? If you're an organization, what business do you want to do business with? If it's business to business, then what business do you want to do business with? This is so very important because you know what? If you don't do this early, if you don't start thinking about this, and granted, it's going to change down the road. The more you grow in terms of who you want to do business with and who you want to work with. But if you don't do it, then you'll find yourself in situations such that you become frustrated. The work that you're doing becomes overwhelming. And I am a firm believer. I'm 58 years old, and maybe this could be a function of being 58. Okay. But I'm a firm believer that wherever you are, you should have fun doing it. It should fit your values. You should have growth in it all the time. And if you're working with people or you're working for someone and that may not be the case, then you may want to look at it. Okay. It may be, is it a toxic environment? If you're in a toxic environment, then you're definitely working with the wrong people. Okay. And so again, this part of the process, working your audience, know who you are called to work with and document that. All right. Now, the next part of the process, this is one that is probably the one that most people don't do. Most people don't do, because you'll get in a job and you'll go, oh, I got this great job. I've got this great job. It's wonderful. I love it. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're asked to leave, or boom, there's a big layoff and you're caught up in the layoff. Okay. So the next part of the process is that you have to work an exit and an entrance strategy. Exit and entrance strategy. What does that mean? You want to develop a strategy to exit from where you are now and enter into the next level that you're going to. And that is purely strategy. That is strategic. The reason that many people, you see some people going up and this way and climbing up is because they have a game plan. And that's the strategy. You need to develop an exit strategy. And then here's the key. You need to develop an entrance strategy from where it is that you want to be able to go. Okay. Am I out of time, Trisha? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't get to give you all of them. I apologize. I didn't get to give you all. Let me just tell you the last one, and then we'll get to that. And that is work your team. You need to build a community to help you grow as you work and get to that next level. So make sure that you have a team of mentors, you have a team of people, of coaches that can help you get to your next level. And I just wanted to, if you want more of this, since we didn't get to finish it up, then you can sign up for my free course, The Power of Personal Vision. And you can go to powerofpersonalvision.com and get that information, powerofpersonalvision.com, and you can sign up for that free information. To contact me, the best way to contact me is to go to my website, drsandraspeaks.com, drsandraspeaks.com, and then you'll have direct contact. Give me your email and we can get in contact there. But please sign up for that free course, Power of Personal Vision, to get more of moving forward in your personal vision. So thank you so much, Trisha, for being patient with me there. I can get long with it, as you can tell, but I love what I do and I love helping people get to their next level.
Dr. Sandra, I didn't get enough of you. I definitely will be checking out your broadcast. I loved it. And thank you so much for joining us. Do you want to leave any information about how anyone watching can contact you?
Yeah, again, please, you can contact me via my website, which is just give me your name and your email. And that's drsandraspeaks.com, drsandraspeaks.com. And also sign up for my free class, The Power of Personal Vision. And that is the power of personalvision.com, powerofpersonalvision.com.
Thank you for that. And genius is common. We will see you on the other side.
Thank you, man.
No problem. Now, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for the students to go to college. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to our website at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate, or you can also donate for the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com, and the Cash App is on the screen. We want to thank our sponsors, Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 21. The list starts off with Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Property LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, North Carolina 100, Moody Capital, A New Way Home, North Carolina, low. And also we have Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Sharon Campbell Solution Group, Kingdom Legacy, Partnership, LLC, Leveless Business Strategy, Creative Forces Studios, Black Business Expo USA, and Every Dollar Counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jay Hollingshed. I'm a mental performance coach, a certified life coach, certified executive coach, a public speaker, a Huffington Post contributor, international best-selling author, and I am still growing into my genius because pretty soon I will be Dr. Jay Hollingshed. None of the titles that I just ran down to you would even be possible if I didn't tap into what you and I both have in common. That's called genius. Genius is common. Now, everybody has it. It's that one thing that you are very good at and you excel at that no matter what. Me, mine just happens to be connecting with people, introducing them to their potential, and allowing them to manifest their greatness. Let me ask you this. How long are you going to let your genius be on hold? Don't wait. Be great today. Start now. Exist as your genius. And through love, be a blessing. This has been Jay Hollingshed. Genius is common.
I'm Jaha, Chief of Talkoa of Texas, artist and entrepreneur. My genius is master building. Master building with what's in my hands or nothing at all. I learned to keep it simple, clear, and concise. Lay a strong foundation in truth and purity, and you really can't go wrong. Allow room for yourself and others to grow. Tap deep. I learned a lot there. Like it's better to steer away from being judgmental. I learned more about my uniqueness. I learned about authenticity, so on and so on and on and on and on. I realized I didn't have to spend my time being in competition because I already won. You don't have to spend your time always competing against people. You're already a winner. Allow yourself room to grow and allow others room to grow. To learn yourself, to learn what your genius is, and to be the best you, to be the best genius that you are. This is our individual journey, as well as our collective journey. And it's not so much that we have to explain ourselves to people to help them to get us, because they're probably not going to get us anyway. You'll know when you struck that genius goal because you'll freely share, and you'll share it with great love and wisdom. Whatever you want, know it, be it, and do it. Don't be afraid to live it out. Be the inspiration. Be the miracle. Be the dream. Be the love. Be the success. So, what's your genius? Own it. Go fearlessly. We are innately wired with genius. Pay it forward with good intentions. Genius is common.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is common. have been hard at work, and my genius said the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshel, the little ice cube, and my genius is coming.
Hey, yo, what's up? This is Rockwaller, producer, is my genius. I produce for the likes of Janet Jackson, Jay-Z, Redman, Method Man, Busta Rhymes, Organized Confusion, Big Pun, 50 Cent. The list goes on and on. Of course, my genius is music. Plan on doing it until the past stop working. Love it, music, love it, live it, breathe it. Genius is common.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm creating this video to let you know that genius is common. To me, this is a phrase where passion meets excellence. Now, you may never be known or recognized for your genius, but know that it is yours and no one can take it from you. For me, I love music, especially singing. That is my genius, and I'd like to share it with you. Sweet breath of God, come and fill my soul. Lead me into that place where you are, 'cause I wanna run to you, despite what I'm going through. Help me to cling to what you have for me. Oh, Holy One, into your arms I come. Hold me until the day your light is done. Hold me until the day your light is done. See? Genius is common. So tell me, what's your genius? Bye.
Genius is common. Hello, everybody. My name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a kid prodigy, bass guitar player. I'm in 7 different magazines. I've been on Ellen DeGeneres, Steve Harvey, Little Big Shot Show twice, Harry Connick Jr. Show twice, Wonderama. Played with so many celebrities. Been on the road with Uncle Bootsy Collins. Played with Nate Watts and Stevie Wonder's band. Been on so many big TV shows. And this is what I can do. Genius is common.
Genius is common. And my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
The Black Business Olympic Network, as well as the 2021 Black Business Expo USA, is led by the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III. It is a 7-day, 24-hour virtual event that you don't want to miss.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. I'd like to invite you to come August the 23rd through the 29th. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit. Genius is common.
It's time to join the Black Business Olympic Network, along with the 2021 Black Business Expo USA. Join the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss. Because we know that genius is coming.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Welcome back to the Black Business Expo. My name is Trisha Brown. I'll be your moderator this afternoon. I'm so excited to present to you our next guest, which is Miss Maureen Tolkson Martin. Welcome to the Black Business Expo.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. And I just want to give a little bit of background on you before we let you start presenting. Miss Martin was born in South Africa. I'm at Central Africa. I'm sorry.
Right.
Please forgive me. And I see here that you also resided in the United States along with Canada. Mm-hmm. And also your professional background is in the newsroom. Mm-hmm. Also film production, marketing, and public relations. And your experience as a business professional is in creating successful marketing as a business professional. And you also have stints that include working with agencies like such as the Young and Rubicon. Did I say that right?
Rubicon. Mm-hmm.
Rubicon, thank you. Mm-hmm. Well, we want to welcome you to the Black Business Expo.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing your commentary.
Well, I'm sorry?
We look forward to hearing you present this morning.
Excellent. And this morning I'm joined by 3 other fellow Black women professionals who work in the tech space. It'll be Camilla Barungi, Thaina Mondesir, and Jocelyn Taylor. So welcome to this wonderful conversation at the Black Business Expo.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Camilla and Jocelyn too. Hi, ladies.
Good morning.
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 Excellent. So, Thaina, you're going to lead our conversation, right? Just, I guess I'm the CEO and founder of Black App. Black App is a safety app and a civic design created to improve the quality of life of Black, Indigenous people of color, and also to provide tools and resources for our stakeholders. And it's a civic design that helps other people who are interested in improving the quality of life of Black people to work with us to de-escalate racial events and incidences.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'll just start with introducing myself. My name is Taina Mondesir, and I recently launched and found He Says Yes, which is a dating app for the Black community. He Says Yes is where women can feel, Black women specifically, can feel comfortable and safe on this app, knowing that the men that are on this app are here and are men who love Black women and all their boldness and beauty. And so I am really excited about this app and the launch of it. So I think we can go to maybe Camilla introducing yourself, and then Jocelyn.
Good morning. Good morning to me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, great. I'm so excited to be here. That was so awesome. Genius is common, and Black people are all geniuses, period. My name is Camilla Barron. I am a serial entrepreneur, strategist, woman of all trades, currently managing content for jarofremedy.com, which is the trusted digital voice of the African diaspora. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
And good morning. My name is Jocelyn Taylor. I work with Maureen in terms of collaboration with my brand. I'm actually a chief brand media strategist for my agency, JRT Multimedia, where I do marketing, branding, and strategy across the board in any type of media engagement for whether it be celebrity, whether it be for corporate or community. And one of the things that I decided to do in keeping up with the theme of this expo, being that genius is common, is that I decided to launch my own in-house brand, global brand called Layer Up with JRT being myself, or just simply Layer Up. And it is basically a narrative media platform, social media hub, and more importantly, an educational resource around the layered, vibrant voices of Black and Indigenous people that are thriving around the world. So that's that. From that perspective, instead of us telling stories about something that may have happened or someone else introducing our narrative as being the first, we are unapologetically, as we learn our history further and start layering, taking the layers away of mistrust and misrepresentation and miseducation, layering up is how we layer up our minds, our spirits, and our education on how we let other people see us in our excellence.
Awesome.
Good morning, ladies.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Kelly. I wanted to give you one tip as y'all are speaking this morning. While you're talking, everybody needs to mute themselves so that you won't get the echo that you're hearing, okay? There you go. So y'all look beautiful. I know y'all gonna do a great job. I'm so happy to have you here. The Expo wants to tell you thank you for sharing your greatness. And he say, she, later, I need the app. I need the app today. I'm gonna sign up today. But anyway,
awesome.
Thank y'all ladies for coming aboard. And we know that you're gonna give us an exciting presentation. And again, thank you from the Black Business Expo. Bye-bye. And as I say, genius is common. And I'll see you ladies on the other side. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. So I guess the first thing we could start with is just talk about Black App. Let's talk about just media and how social media can help support and keep Black people safe. So, which leads us straight into Black App. So Maureen, if you could start with just saying, how did
Blackout come about? Where did that come? How did it get started?
Okay, so last year during all the civil unrest and the coronavirus, I felt this need to help people, help Black people feel safe. And knowing that technology is there, we have all the tools to really create safety, and that we needed to bring them together. So Black App is an SOS app. It's a free download. You download on your phone. You create your circle of friends and contacts. And if in a case of emergency, you can activate it by voice command or manually, and just let your community know that you need help, so they can come to your aid. My thought was, in watching the murder of George Floyd, I kept thinking, like, if that was my brother, I would not stand there for 9 minutes and let someone stand on their neck. Even if it meant injuring myself or putting myself in jeopardy, I would have intervened. And my thought is that if we know what's going on, then we can show up and help, not in a vigilante way, but just to provide protection, escort our people, our kinfolk, our family to safety, and make sure that these things don't happen to them. And also to help our stakeholders, people who are interested in being part of de-escalation and have an interest in creating safety, to give them the tools and resources so they too can be part of the solution. Because no one wins when people are racialized, are assaulted, etc. So Black App is that answer. So we have the technology for safety, but our civic design also has education pieces and wellness-based resources. Our focus is on creating wellness all around, because we believe that even perpetrators of racial incidences and gender biases, they're not healthy, and they need help. They need wellness services. They need mental counseling, and all of these pieces brought to them. And so we kind of round all of those services up on our website. It's a lot to kind of process in one conversation. So please visit our website, www.blackapp.org, and you can find out more about what we do and our activations, and just lay yourself up with our services.
Awesome. Genius is common. I love that. We see the thread. Great. So Camilla, I'd love to hear more about just Gerald for me, that you work with, and just how the organizations that you work with and what you're doing to help either keep Black people safe, inform Black people, and elevate. So if you could just give us some of the highlights of what you've been working on.
Thank you. Can you mute? I'm hearing it. Okay. I actually want to take it back to like how I got here and a journey. So like Maureen, I'm from Africa. I'm from Uganda, and I moved here 20 years ago to Silicon Valley. I was really chasing that tech dream. And just to give you context, from my society that I came from, no one that I knew was talking about tech. So I was this very ambitious young person that read about Silicon Valley, and I was like, I gotta get out there. As soon as I got out there with my thinking I could work hard, study hard as a science student, and get opportunities, I found that the situation was so different. And the Black experience in tech was just really horrible. The Black women experience was just horrible. I actually digressed into fashion, which is how I met Marie, and so many wonderful people. But tech has always been in my heart and my soul. And I've always been trying to look for how, because I know how it can make lives, better. Living in Silicon Valley, you see what enterprise technology has done for the economy, and in the Valley and other places where enterprise tech is. I've done many things, but very interested in this idea of growing business ecosystem, because I know as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you can't survive alone. So I went on a personal quest to look for enterprise tech companies
that were built by Black people. I won't bore you with that journey. It was a long one. And I came across a company that was led by African Americans that have built this incredible technology. And I was like, I'm in. What can we do? So I've been working with Digital Air Technologies. It's a startup. And they have several verticals of business. And Jera, for me, is their media arm. And our goal is to be essentially like the Black Yahoo, a trusted place where we can get our news, our media, tell our stories, elevate ourselves, promote our businesses, and grow our enterprise and our ecosystems, both in the diaspora and on the African continent.
That's awesome. I love that. The Black Yahoo. So,
very ambitious.
Yeah. So, Jocelyn, your background is media. So let's talk about that. Just how did you get into Black media, and what are some hurdles you've had to jump through as a Black woman in a space that I guess all spaces are dominated by non-Black, but just getting into that, any hurdles that you've experienced, to share with us?
Sure. Well, I think the name itself I'm layered up, so I'm creating what you call a sobriquet, as we use the word Zoom now in such a way that we verbalize it, or how you get a Kleenex, but it's a tissue. So layering up, it's not certainly a phrase that no one's ever heard or may not have been used in a context of, get your layers on, but it means just that. I've had to be layered because those were the tests. Those are the ways that I was creating strength from within, whether that be emotional or spiritual or even physical in some spaces. And it's not even just being a Black woman in media and dealing with just being Black. It's also dealing with other, sometimes Black men. Sometimes it's very gender challenging as well. So for the fact that I got to this point, I started, you did ask the question, where did I start? I started actually at Black Enterprise Magazine. Back in 1998. I started as a senior account executive doing advertising sales, and I worked in pretty good categories. I worked in the travel, tobacco, and beverage categories. I went on from there to go to what would be more considered, we used to call that general market. We didn't call it Black, white market, but general market, which was the Hamptons magazines, Gotham. I'm in the New York market, New York City market. So I was working for Gotham and Hamptons and LA Confidential, very niche, high-end publications. But that was a great segue for the next two positions that came about. And I landed eventually at, maybe some of you have heard of Uptown Magazine. I was the publisher there for several years. And what I really learned, and again, even challenges within that space, when you're a woman, sometimes it's, when you are successful and you're confident, it took me years to learn, that's usually when you become more of the threat. It's not what you don't have. It's not when you're limited. It's when you know how to work with limitations and rise is when usually people are going to come for you. And that's women too. It's anyone. So you got to be layered up. And that was just what the whole context of layered up was. I used to say it to my daughter when she was a little girl. We have a saying sometimes and we're like, oh, get a set of balls, get it together. And it's not meant as anything more than a directive to just be strong or stand in your position or don't be a pushover. But I'm like, I have a daughter. I'm not going to tell her to get a set of balls. You know what I mean? Like, even though it was nothing disrespectful about it, because we say things and it becomes part of our lexicon and you don't think anything more than it's just a phrase. But I wanted her to really be like, you're a woman, you have layers to you. It's about everything about who you are as a woman, your disposition. And then I used to start saying it to women on my sales teams, various women, like, get it together, girl, layer up. Or if they did something that was complimentary, I was like, whoa, that was layered. So that came long before level up, right? And so 3 years ago, I launched this brand. I was at the Sundance Film Festival. And luckily, I because as you know, I have a history in media. I'm friends with Idris Elba. Everybody knows. Do you know who Idris Elba is? Of course, everyone knows who Idris is. And he was launching. He was doing his directorial debut for a film I think called Yardie or something a few years ago. But anyway, by inviting me to that, because I called him, I was like, oh, I didn't know you were on the roster. went to that, it allowed me to meet up with Common and Megan Good and all different people that I had met along my media trail, so to speak. And I got everyone to put their hand up and say, let me do it with this hand, I'm layered up. You know, they were putting the L up, which is what this is. You know, and I said, you know what, I'm going to come up with this whole brand idea that I don't want to just speak to women. And it was during the Me Too time. But how do we get out of these sequestered corners? And it's kind of like what Kamala, is it Kamala or Camila? Kamala's doing. Right. We need to have our voices heard from our perspectives and not from other people's narratives. And even with men and women, how do we get out of these chat rooms of just, you know, men are from women are from Mars, or men are from Mars, women are from Venus kind of conversation? How do we start to listen and hear and share our stories? And I wanted to make it beyond just Black, because all our histories have been skewed, you know? And so that's the whole thing. So when Maureen and I came together, I said, hey, I do the events. I can bring it to life through, you know, us all being from whether the diaspora or being here through chattel slavery. We all come from the motherland, right? And one thing that I know for sure is that people will listen when it's a story being told more so than when you're talking didactically at them. You know, people, I don't want to hear all that. So we're like, what space is going on right now that everyone's on their phones, right? So that's the technology. So Black app. But then how do we get people offline to listen, hear, and celebrate in a way that's not, you're not talking at them, but they're hearing something so they can have a takeaway. And that's what we're doing here. And even with Kamala, I listened to what she said, because I'm going to be looking for an RSS affiliate feed on my website. And it's all about, like she said, the collaboration. I want positive news. I want positive things that we're doing and that we're affirmed in, opposed to, I don't want any Bravo information, you know, no disrespect for it. That's not, we got enough, those are covered. I want to talk about Black excellence, brown excellence, Asian excellence, people of color, people of the indigenous land, because there's so many stories. And I don't want to overtalk the conversation, but maybe you guys may or may not know this. When I was in Utah, there were Native Americans that were protesting in 10-degree weather saying Native lives matter. And I was just so happy to see them in their regalia, because being here on the East Coast, you know, we don't see Natives in the same way. You know, even though they're amongst us, you know, we don't see them in the same way. And I afterwards went up to one of the persons and asked, thinking that I was being very intelligent. And I said, or respectful, because I know they're not Indians, you know, in that way. I said, what nation are you from? And I'm thinking like, oh, I said it correctly. You know, what's your nation? And she said, Utah. And I said, no, I know we're in Utah. What's your nation? And she said, Utah. She said, I'm Goshu. That's my tribe. We're what? She goes, I'm sure you've probably heard of Navajo. And I said, yeah. She said, there's 5 tribes within the Utah nation. That's my point. The white man has taken our tribe name and made it a state. Utah, Montana, the Dakotas, Illinois. She goes, those are all native indigenous names. And I was like, oh my God, here I am thinking that I'm smart. So see how you can just learn something from listening. So that's my example. So it has to be even beyond us, because we were the original inhabitants of the Americas, but the story has been changed. So working with someone like Kamala and bringing things to life with Maureen, Black App, like she said, is the civic design, but now we have to create the narrative behind it so that more people, so that it all works in conjunction. You know, you'll hear a story, we create an activation at the clients that we'll be working with. And then from there, they'll want to go back and know, how can I be safe? And they know that they have a community behind them with something like Black App and something like what Kamala's doing, because she's creating news for people to be elevated. And that, or what I say is she's creating a platform for news for us to be, our voices to be elevated. Sorry for being long-winded, but I just.
Oh, that was great. That was great. That touched on a lot of things I want to just hear from you all. So one of the questions I have is information. We talk a lot about information. What, if any, are some information that you are passionate about to get out there to our people and beyond, right? What is it that you feel like we really need more of this? We really need people to know this, if anything. Whoever wants to jump in.
One of the things that I'm really passionate about is, you know, they say art imitates life, right? And we really have a reckoning with Hollywood, because there is so much Black trauma that we see. And if this is if these are the stories that we're constantly saying about Black people being shot, going to jail, interacting with police. And we know these things happen, right? But there are also these incredible stories of Black genius, right? And genius is common, like the theme of today. And that's more common so than the trauma. And we have to normalize being just excellent Black people, because wherever you see Black people, you see excellence. You see excellence in art and science and in fashion, in education, in art. You give us a platform and we're going to excel. We always rise to the top. And so part of my, my side hustle is I'm a screenwriter. So I present stories that are uplifting, that elevate Black stories, because you had a really hard day at work and you've been experiencing microaggressions. You don't want to sit down and watch stuff that is like a Black person being chased by the police, or Black, you need to see faces like us winning. You need to see yourself winning and imagine differently. And as we're going into the space age, etc., we need to elevate the thoughts and the frequencies, as my friend Jocelyn would say, of Black conversations, so that people will spiritually rise, right? Because we're going to need a level of creativity that's innately in our DNA, because we are from the ancestors, right? And they know what's going on. They know what needs to happen next. And that's going to come from people of color. So we need to reduce the trauma and elevate the frequency, so there can be peace and there can be creativity and a reimagined, 22nd century. And that's going to come from Black and brown minds.
Well, that's actually what the layered up means, actually, right? It's the educational resource part that I spoke about. So we have something, when I was growing up, I had to go to the library to read something, or, your parents would say, we got you that encyclopedia set, now go to it. You can be completely lazy now and just tap your phone and speak and ask anything. When was someone born? Be curious. So that's what I would like to see. I'd like to see more of us stop being so lazy, especially our younger generation, even us, so that we know how to converse and to relay that information back to our kids, to ask questions, because that's how we used to have to do that. We couldn't rely on a digital resource to give us information. So it's a blessing and a curse. And that is just what the thing, what I really want to convey is learn your history, pay attention. Look what I just shared with you guys 5 minutes ago, that the history is embedded intentionally, right, all around us. So we just haphazardly go Utah, Montana, this, that. Most of those nations from the Midwest on are all tribes and all nations, all of them. And even if you look on the bottle of almond milk, and I was telling her, Maureen, this last week, I drink almond milk. Well, there's a brand called Califia. I finally was looking at something on YouTube because I decided not to watch, like she said, mainstream media and news, even though I'm part of media. It puts out the same produced stories in packages. If anybody is running from the police, if there's a fire, if someone's been sexually assaulted, there's always a brown and Black face associated with it. At least in the New York market, you rarely even see an Asian face. And then, if it's something white, it's associated to, Mindy lost her dog on the Upper West Side. If you've seen this dog, I mean, I'm serious, it's crazy. So I can't talk about other markets, but in New York, it's like that. And so I looked up the Califia. Califia was a queen that ruled on the West Coast of that's where the name California comes from. She was Black. She has dreads. Matter of fact, Whoopi Goldberg portrayed her in some movie, and so I'm like, but here they took the face of Queen Califia and they Europeanized her, if that's even a word. She has a straight nose, but you see her, it almost looks like she has dreads, but it's literally right there in your face. So it's like it's hiding in public. So we have to be curious enough and ask questions. Like even June 16th, I'll say, well, why are we celebrating June 16th? I get it for why it was happening in Texas at that time, but we should all know about December 13th or December 6th, 1865. We should know that was the ratification of the 13th Amendment, that we were joined. And so that's when we was joined as or put into the amendment as abolishing slavery, because Juneteenth is basically saying that, wow, for 2.5 years, we were being hoodwinked. So why is it that we're not celebrating the other? And then where homegrown terrorism came from was after the 15th Amendment, when what happened? When we were given the right to vote. And then there comes the Ku Klux Klan. So that's the stuff we can't keep saying as Black people. I don't want to hear that. Oh, that was the old days. Know your history. I know a lot of Jewish people, and they know their history. They'll remind you all the time to don't forget the Holocaust. They'll let you know if they're Ashkenazi Jewish or Sephardic Jewish. We have to know that and be proud. And we have to say that we shouldn't be ashamed because we are a product of chattel slavery, the ones that are here in the United States. If we're here, we are actually a testament to how we thrive and rise. It's nothing to be ashamed. We would be annihilated. We're only 13%. So we have to ask the question, out of being 13% of an entire population that's approximately 300, almost like 340 million people, just to round it off, we're only 13%. So if there was almost like 100 people in the room, we'd only be 13 people. Why are we such a threat? So that's what we have to start uncovering and wondering. If we know that genius is common, then we have to start walking in it. We have to be the example to ourselves, and then you draw the line. I mean, I don't want to get preachy, but that's really what I think is important about being layered up. It's about helping the next generation, and then helping some other one of our people, our older adults that are kind of lost, that are worrying about the wrong thing.
Absolutely. We always have to look at one another and just look for the excellence, because there's so much propaganda coming against us, that tells us to lie about our history, that tells us our skin is too dark, or all of this garbage, right? And it's just so much static noise that's created to beat you down, right? So it beats down how you
create
feel.
Confusion and create confusion,
right? Feel internally, and then how you reflect that in your back into the Black community. So we're looking at each other like we're the enemy, and it's all lies. And we have to, the scare. I think the most frightening thing is to have Black people united, not fighting one another, encouraging one another, investing in one another. Like, look, right now, the beauty industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's funded completely by Black and brown people, right? We take back our brands. Look at we made Rihanna a billionaire. We can do that with every industry that's presented on this earth. If we start controlling our narrative and say, no, we're going to disconnect from AT&T and go to this Black cell phone company, all the money's gone, and then they have to change the industry. We saw that they stopped creating relaxers because Black women started saying we want to wear our hair natural. We destroyed an industry. So whenever there is an opportunity, we have to disrupt it. Don't just go in there and toe the line and drink. I'm sorry to say, drink their Kool-Aid. Don't buy into what is there. Don't be afraid to start your own enterprise. Put up your sign. Talk, get attention, promote whatever it is you're doing. Do it in excellence. Find stakeholders. Find someone to work with you. Find sponsors and advocate. Create that lane and invite the community to support you in that lane. Like he says, yes, if all of our Black folk go to that site, right, and create our single profiles, what's going to happen? Bye-bye match. We're gonna overwhelm them with our power, with our frequency, so to speak, right? Yeah. And we really have to start looking back at reinvesting in our communities, because while we're investing in these legacy brands, like, and I apologize to say to LVMH's luxury brands, we've made them billionaires. We need to start making our own community billionaires, and we're not going to win by having, Rihanna's a billionaire, Jay-Z's a billionaire. We need hundreds of thousands of Black millionaires to change the conversation about racism. We start owning successful businesses, we start owning land, and all of a sudden the conversation changes. And we know from Census 2020 that it's basically the browning of America. But understand that the vast majority of the world is not white. It's beige. Brown. Right. Yeah. So the narrative that's being hijacked is by a minority, and we need to take back our majority, and not in violence. We can do it with excellence, because that's who we are.
Absolutely.
I also wanted to add to that, to everything you've said. Our current condition as Black people globally, we're in the same condition. Whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Haiti, the slavery has become economic, right? And getting wider. They don't need to come to Africa to get minerals anymore. I had an investor say to me, we don't need the minerals anymore. We just need your data, right? So circling back to our topic today, tech saves lives. Tech will save us. Brother, tech will save us, right? Tech will save us. We have this great opportunity with technology. This is our big hurrah. This stuff works. We know it works because we're using it now. We're all in this room together. We have 200 countries, people from 200 countries streaming this. We have so much power with technology, but we need to own the technology. We need equity in the technology. All this technology we're using today, we don't own it. Every time we give this big tech that we don't own $1, they trade it for 30x on the stock market. So we need to start thinking about our ownership, our equity. As Maureen said, taking our power, collaboration, changing our mindset, like Jocelyn said, asking where things are coming from. You know, what am I using? Why am I using that? Right? And connecting with the diaspora. I believe that Africa can be developed by African Americans alone, not even looking at Africans elsewhere. The spending power of African Americans is more than the country of Spain, you know? So these are the kind of opportunities and strategies that we need to start exposing. Thank you.
Awesome. Really great. So the next thing I want to just keep this conversation going because I feel like we're hitting some good stuff here. So when talking about just Black economics, oftentimes it is hard, right? Because you live in a place where you're quote unquote the minority. A lot of things are not Black owned. You grew up with it. Like I've always used Crest. That's just the toothpaste I use. How do we get, or how do we, at least we can brainstorm in thinking about how do we market, sell, what have you, whatever the word would be, to Black people, to our community, to get that mind shift, right? Just because it's not just, because sometimes I often feel if it's Black owned, Black people are often hesitant. Like, is it good? Is it just as good as Crest? Is Taina toothpaste just as good as Crest? Or is it something I want to move forward to and move into switching? So my question is, how do we start the conversation and get Black people to patronize, use other Black things? I think we've been doing such a good job at that. But how do we get that more out there? Is it marketing? Is it more media?
You know what? I think it's kind of like, you know, the promotion has to be like this: genius is common, so that the brand, so whatever you're promoting, it's got to start that it's the best, you know, the best in this category. It has superior ingredients. It was created by science that supports, you know, our melanin or our bone structure, or whatever it is. That's the messaging, right? Because if you know it was created, designed, like what, for us, by us, right? Unique, with our unique needs. That's the story to start with. Not, oh, here's another toothpaste. Now it's a Black owned one. Oh, it's no. Talk about why it's better, you know, and also what it supports.
Well, also too, Maureen, to add to what you're saying, it goes back again about how do you layer your mind up and be curious. First of all toothpaste aren't made the same. So we got to start asking questions. You said something key. I grew up on Crest. Why? Because it was Crest, it was AIM, it was Colgate. I don't use any of them because I look for toothpaste right now, and we're just using toothpaste as our case study. All right, it could be anything. My extra virgin olive oil, everything that I put in my body, my mind, and people around me, I make sure. Unfortunately, I live in the country because they allow so much bacteria and toxins and such to go through our foods. We don't realize that when we're inflamed, it's not because, well, my mother's like that or my sister was like that or the person up the street. It's your community is eating the wrong way. So that's what we have to figure out. Get Ezekiel bread. Stop getting stuff that's full of gluten. Make sure you get organic fruits and vegetables. Why? Because you might as well just get a whole glass of, whatever they put, what's the stuff that they spray over this stuff? Pesticide. Right. You might as well just drink a glass of pesticide. And don't stop buying bottled water. The bottled water, if you could drink a glass of bottled water and as you're drinking it, it's squeezing itself and folding in, it should be telling you that it's a BPA bottle, which the plastics and all that stuff that seep into it, you're defeating the purpose. So it happened to me a couple of years ago. So our bodies are tell us what we shouldn't be doing. Fluoride over a period of time, it's been studies that show that it causes Alzheimer's. All these things are chemicals. When we hear things like paraben free and all this stuff, pay attention to that. So I know, and I'm not trying to promote any particular brand, but like Shea Moisture, they talk about, they're from, I know those guys, they're from Africa, their family, and they source products that they use within their.
Let me just interject one thing, and I love what you're saying. I think, when we're dealing with with what people eat and what they consume, that goes back to food stamps and knowledge and access, and then we're going to go into food deserts, etc. And these are structural problems that need to be addressed. And I know
and psychological too.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to Camilla after I make this point, because I want to talk about the supermarket chain that you had mentioned that was being created by a Black entrepreneur. But I'll give you a case study of myself. So during the pandemic, I was like, okay, let me just, since I'm not going to the office, let me focus on my wellness, start taking care of my skin and hair, etc. And I started using castor oil. And so a friend of mine, I was able to get some from Cameroon, which is where I was born, right? And so my hair has it's 4C. It feels like 4Z because it's such a tight kink. So my hair that had been like just a challenge for me through life, I started using castor oil. I was able to comb through my hair like I'd never been able to do before. I saw my hair grow like I'd never seen it grow before. And I was putting back into my body what was in my motherland, what was coming from the soil of my country. I was feeding my body. I was giving dirt back to dirt, basically putting those minerals back into my body. And I think that type of information about, what our body is made of and what we need to put back into it is an education piece that we need to start incorporating in our, Black, it's Black history, but it also should be maybe, Black History Month to talk about what our body components are and what health means. But we start with the children, because the children are the brand ambassadors who go home and say, Mommy, I don't want wieners anymore. I want this instead. I'll eat the vegan whatever. Or, they're the ones that we need to reach to change this whole conversation about what's going on in Black fridges across America and the world.
Thank you so much, ladies. Everything you said was really touched home for me today. And every one of you are just so phenomenal. Very proud to have you guys on our panel today, the Black Business Expo. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking out the time to speak with us today. And if you want to leave your email or how we can contact you at this time, we would love for you to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Did you want to leave your contact information?
Yes. For me, you could find me at taina.mondezier at hesays.yes.com. That's THAINA.MONDESIR.
Taina, you can type it into the chat.
Oh yes, at hesays.yes.com.
Well, we thank you all for taking out the time to join us today at the Black Business Expo, and we will see you on the other side.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. The Black Business Expo is our mission is to raise funds for high school students to go to college. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and our Cash App is on the screen. We also want to thank our sponsors today for supporting us here at the Black Business Expo. We want to first thank Peony Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, A New Way Home, North Carolina, Lee Entertainment, Promise Media, Sway Soul, Lotus Rache Coaching and Training. We also want to thank Genius is Common, Sharon Campbell Solutions Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnership LLC, and Leveless Business Strategies. And we also want to thank Black Business Expo USA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Hi, I'm Janae Adams, and my genius is I know how to attract money to people. I paid off $50,000 of debt in 2 years. That's right, $50,000 of debt in 2 years. Now I travel the world as an international speaker and the author of 2 books, sharing my story of how I did exactly that step by step. Not only am I a speaker, but I also do financial wellness programs for corporations, and I have an online platform and online courses for individuals around the world. So that is my genius, and of course, genius is common.
Genius is common. I'm Alan J. Bryson, and my genius is motivation. One thing I want to share with you is a story about the pressure to be where you want to be, whether it's peer pressure or just the pressure to have what you want. When I was young, I didn't know how to swim. So we would go to the local high school and learn how to swim and have swimming lessons. Now, the way that they would help you learn how to swim is they would just pick you up and throw you in the water. And if you could swim, then you were fine. If you couldn't, then they would save you and say, look, until you learn how to swim, you stay in the shallow end. So as a youngster, I had to stay in the shallow end until I learned how to swim. But my big brother and all of his friends who I really wanted to hang with were hanging out in the deep end of the pool. They knew how to swim. They were comfortable, having a lot of fun. And they were quote unquote the cool kids. I wanted to be with the cool kids. So what did I do? That pressure to be where I wanted to be forced me to do whatever it is I had to do to work to get to that deep end of the pool. One day, I went down to the end and told the lifeguard, I'm ready to swim in the deep end. He said, are you sure? I said, I'm sure. He picked me up, he threw me in the water, and I swam with all my heart down to the shallow end. I got out, I said, do it one more time. He picked me up, threw me in the water, and I swam down to the shallow end. He said, okay, now that you've proven yourself, you can stay in the deep end of the water with the big boys and with your brother and who you deem are the cool people that you want to hang out with. That was a position and a place where I wanted to be. So what I'm saying to you is, in your life, there's going to be a position that you want to be in, whether it's to be wherever you want to be in school or be wherever you want to be in your career. And there's going to be a sense of pressure to be where you want to be. Use that as motivation to get where you need to be. So if you are in the shallow end of the pool of life, it's time to start working as hard as you can to develop your swim skills so you can make it to the deep end of the pool. If the deep end of the pool is where you want to be, now is the time to start working on your stroke and working on your breathing and doing everything you can to make sure that you get to the deep end of the pool, because that's where you want to be. Don't look at the people at the deep end of life and say, well, I'm hating on them because they have what I don't. You don't talk about them. You talk to them and say, hey, how did you get to the deep end of the pool? How did you learn how to swim that fast? So in my circumstance, the pressure of wanting to be down at the deep end of the pool was so great. I worked my behind off and did whatever I could to make sure that the next time I was thrown into the pool, I could prove my swim proficiency to make sure that they knew that I could swim and I could be in that spot where I wanted to be. The same thing happens with your life. If there's a deep end or a goal that you want, now is the time to start working on that. Don't look at where people are in the position that you want to be in and talk about them. Find out what they did. Find out how do you go about strengthening who you are and what you are to get to the deep end of that pool or the deep end of where you want to be and your goals in life. I'm Alan J. Bryson. Genius is common.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jay Hollingshed. I'm a mental performance coach, a certified life coach, certified executive coach, a public speaker, a Huffington Post contributor, international best-selling author, and I am still growing into my genius because pretty soon I will be Dr. J. Hollingshed. None of the titles that I just ran down to you would even be possible if I didn't tap into what you and I both have in common. That's called genius. Genius is common. Now, everybody has it. It's that one thing that you are very good at and you excel at that no matter what. Me, mine just happens to be connecting with people, introducing them to their potential, and allowing them to manifest their greatness. Let me ask you this. How long are you going to let your genius be on hold? Don't wait. Be great today. Start now. Exist as your genius. And through love, be a blessing. This has been Jay Hollingshed. Genius is common.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm creating this video to let you know that genius is common. To me, this is a phrase where passion meets excellence. Now, you may never be known or recognized for your genius, but know that it is yours and no one can take it from you. For me, I love music, especially singing. That is my genius, and I'd like to share it with you. Sweet breath of God, come and fill my soul. Lead me into that place where you are, 'cause I wanna run to you, despite what I'm going through. Help me to cling to what you have for me. Oh, Holy One, into your arms I See? Genius is common. So tell me, what's your genius? Bye.
I'm Tulani DeMarseille from Boston, Massachusetts, and my geniuses are compassion and empathy, supporting people towards equity and inclusion, and helping leaders to develop inner resilience and building their capacity. I am an executive leadership coach and an equity, inclusion, and diversity consultant. I work with organizations by helping them to foster more inclusive cultures through using mindfulness-based practices. I also work very closely with leaders and helping them to build a mindfulness-based practice so that they can be more of themselves and bring more of themselves into their leadership and into the workplace. Genius is common.
Hi, my name is Nene Kirby, and my genius is being an artist. I knew at a young age that being in the entertainment industry is what I wanted to do. Some of my talents include acting. I've appeared in several different commercials such as McDonald's, Lunchables, and Trix. I've also made appearances in music videos for artists such as Akon, Michael Jackson, and Jill Scott, and made appearances in movies such as Annie Claus is Coming to Town, starring Vivica A. Fox, as well as Clarissa's Gift that was written and produced by Oba Babatunde. Another one of my talents is being a musical artist. I rap, I write my own music, I am an ASCAP member, and some of my other passions include public speaking and hosting. I have hosted over 200 live events, and something that I'm also very passionate about is community service work and giving back to my community. I started an organization called Lunches with Love, where I go to Skid Row and feed the homeless several times throughout the year, and I also love volunteering for inner city kids. So that's my genius, and genius is common.
Genius is common. And my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
The Black Business Olympic Network, as well as the 2021 Black Business Expo USA, is led by the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III. It is a 7-day, 24-hour virtual event that you don't want to miss.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. I'd like to invite you to come August the 23rd through the 29th. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit. Genius is common.
It's time to join the Black Business Olympic Network, along with the 2021 Black Business Expo USA. Join the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss. Because we know that genius is coming.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business.
What the account? Welcome back to the Black Business Expo. My name is Trisha Brown. I'll be your moderator today. I would like to introduce our next guest, which is Sharon Jarrett. She is known as the game changer. Sharon Garrett is also often referred to as the Olivia Pope of events. With an accounting degree from Tuskegee University and 16 years at IBM managing large-scale projects annually since 2005, she has also served as the CEO of Jarrett Affairs, an award-winning event management firm. As a result, oriented strategist, Sharon designs world-class events globally while managing high-performance events teams remotely to consistently deliver multiple events simultaneously and on time. We welcome you, Ms. Sharon Jarrett.
It was an amazing day. Sharon taught us so much about building relationships and not about being transactional. I really feel like after coming to this event today that I'll be able to do event planning on a whole nother level. She's wonderful, professional, and she knows her stuff.
Hi, my name is Crystal Blair. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and this event was amazing. Sharon Jarrett is the best. If you want to take your event planning business to the next level, you have to come to the master class.
I'm Shanisha Sykes. I truly enjoyed the class, and Sharon is the absolute best. If you're ready to elevate your event planning business, this is where you need to be. This was well worth my money, and I will pay more for it because it was amazing.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello and welcome, Ms. Sharon Jarrett, to the Black Business Expo. We're so excited to have you today.
I am so excited to be here. First, a big thanks to Dr. Kelly for the opportunity. He's doing something amazing for our community, and I fully support that. Along with Maxine and Eric and the entire team, you guys have done an amazing job. So I'm just glad to spend a little time with you all today before I head out on vacation tomorrow. So I'm glad to be here.
Well, enjoy your vacation, and genius is coming. We will see you on the other side.
Exactly, exactly. So I am, as they mentioned, I'm Sharon Jarrett, and I'm so excited to be here. I was with you guys, I think the last time in April, it may have been, or maybe February, I'm not sure. But I am absolutely glad to be here. And one of the things that Dr. Kelly asked me to talk about today is some of the strategies that I use to pretty much sell out rooms for events, or just to produce a profitable event. My background at IBM, where I was actually a global project manager for some really big events. That part of my life was a time where I loved corporate America, but I knew I wanted to perhaps just get away, right? So did that, and started Jarrett Affairs back in 2005, and now here we are right now. So I'm going to actually find my presentation, guys, that I can share with you all. Let's see. Where is the presentation? If I go to the screen, will you guys see it? Let's see. I don't know. Can you all see that at all or no? Trisha, let me know. Could you see that? No? Let me see. No. What I'm going to go to is, okay, you guys can see that now, right? I'm going to come back and somebody say yes. Trisha, I need to get a vocal from you. Is it a yes or no? Yes. Okay, let me go back over here. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on. Okay, so that is not what I want. Not what I want. Dr. Kelly?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing just great. Let's take a moment and let's get you up on the screen, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Let's go back. What I believe happened was when you brought yourself up the screen, you hit another button, and so the screen just expanded. So let's just start from the beginning. Just go back down, look at your plus sign, look at your computer to make sure that you see what you want to see. Then hit your plus sign, and then we'll go up on the screen, and I'll disappear.
But you go away. Okay. I'm just going to do this way.
Share your screen. You were up a few minutes ago.
And now you don't see me.
I still see you. You were up a few minutes ago when you shared your screen.
See, this is why I didn't get stock in StreamYard, but that's another story.
They're doing better. They're doing better.
It's not letting me. Okay.
Let me reach out to Mark while we're here, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna
hold on.
What can you see now?
Okay, your screen is up now.
Wonderful. Let's roll.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the wonderful, the magnificent Miss Sharon Jarrett.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I am a Zoom. I am a Bazabo baby. StreamYard is not my favorite, but I guess it has to be today. But again, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to get right into the presentation. When you're thinking about marketing for your event, when you're thinking about an event, the first thing that you have to do is number one, step one, everybody on your team needs to be aware and acknowledge what the event objectives are. Because there are 4 reasons why you're actually going to host an event. It falls into 4 different categories, right? It's either going to be to celebrate, educate, generate, or donate, right? And the way you build that event, the way you would build your marketing plan, it really depends on the objective of the event. So, for example, you would build an event plan differently for if you were doing a church anniversary versus perhaps a book launch where you want to generate leads, where you want to, do other things. So just make sure everyone on your team is aware of what the event objectives are. Next, make sure you all understand, just step back and make sure you understand who are you going after. And everybody that comes to that event, they're going to fall into a couple of different categories. And the way you market to them, the way you build an event for them is going to be different. For example, on this call, there may be VIPs. When I say VIPs, that may be Dr. Kelly, it may be the sponsors, it may be special guests. And then there's always going to be a host, the person that's actually putting the event on. As an event planner, I'm going to treat them a little differently because I know some of the things, what their objectives are. And then you have your attendees. But my message here is not all attendees are the same. They have different interests. They're coming from different places. We want to get different solutions. And you have to be able and prepared to determine what that target audience is. Oftentimes in my class, I'll have students that tell me, well, I want to market to everybody. Well, if you market to everybody, you're not going to get anybody, the people that you want to have. So narrow down your target audience, what they look like, what they do, what kind of car do they drive, where they live. Get all that information. You really need to be intentional about building your target audience. Now, a couple of things we'll talk about, but the number one goal of my presentation is to give you all some strategies on how you do what? Get butts in the seat, right? You want to get butts in the seat. So in the chat, which I cannot see right now, but in the chat, you all think of some ways, or just type in the chat, different ways that you fill your events, different ways that you fill seats. And I'll just throw out a couple, right? You do a Facebook ad. You may do some TV advertising. You may do a Facebook group that helps you promote. You may have your speakers promote. There are several ways, and in my class, I go over about 100 different ways that you can actually fill the seat for your event. Okay, so I'm sure there are a lot of different options that are in the chat, but just remember, there's always going to be more than one way to actually promote an event. I teach and I do. If I'm doing an event, I'm going to pick 7 different things or 7 different ways to market that event. Okay, just think you need to pull out 7 out of your magic hat. But at the end of the day, what's key is, come on, whatever it takes. As long as it keeps you out of what? Out of hell and jail. Do whatever it takes to market your event. A couple of things to remember. Now, there are different and multiple methods for different people. For example, if you're marketing, some people, they're on Facebook a lot. Some people, they're on Instagram a lot. It just depends on your audience, right? Some people, they watch TV. Some of your attendees, they don't watch TV. So you need to make sure that you are not just trying one method, i.e. putting it all on Facebook. You need to find other mediums to promote and market that event, okay? Now, it takes more than one time to market an event. If you put something out there in social media or do an ad and you do it one time and you think you're gonna sell out the house, that's not going to happen. Unlikely that is going to happen, okay? However, if you promote it, and here's the key. Every time you promote your event, for example, you could have week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, whatever you're doing. But for goodness sake, don't put out the same flyer every time you promote the event. Every time you promote the event, you should be giving your prospective attendees one more reason why they should attend this can't miss event, right? So it takes more than one time, and every time you hit them with something about your event, for goodness sake, don't make it that same flyer. Change up the guest speakers, who's listed on the flyer. Change up the testimonials. Change up the benefits. Change up something, okay? Next, you got to be very clear in your marketing material, the channel that we call WIIFM. You all know what that is. Everyone wants to know, before I plop down some money or time to attend this event, what's in it for me, right? So make sure in your marketing material that is clear. What's in it for me? Don't get caught up in number 4. High price does not indicate that it's going to be highly effective. I've sold out 600, 700 people events with something that cost me $29. Okay, so don't think that cost necessarily indicates effectiveness. And remember that marketing has to be done throughout the entire process, before the event, during the event, and after the event. And I'll share something with you all at the end that I think is critical that a lot of us are missing when it comes to marketing profitable events. Okay, next, let's talk about some power plays. Okay, We know word of mouth, social media. Yeah, that thing definitely works. Okay, we all know that. We're not going to give up on social media. You just have to be strategic about when and where and when you post and how much you post. The early bird pricing, that works. But typically what I will do for early bird pricing, say for instance, you all, if the date is this Friday, my cutoff for early bird is this Friday at 12 noon. And you know, a lot of people have seen the ad. They talk to you about coming. 12 noon comes, they're busy doing something. They forgot about it, or they were trying to look for another option to spend their time. What I will do, I'll extend it for 2 more days but I wait for the deadline to end first. And then I'll extend it 2 more days because what is that? You're creating fear of missing out. How many times have you yourself thought about an event that you wanted to attend? You saw the flyer, a couple of weeks later passed, you didn't sign up because maybe, hey, I just want to wait. And then all of a sudden you get an email to say the deadline is passed. Then after that, you get something, we're going to extend this deadline for the next 4 hours for those who want to attend. The fear of missing out is just it's a miracle drop. Okay. So keep that in mind. Now, perhaps you send half of something of value to the attendees before the event and promise to give them the other half at the event. I.e., I can think about a celebrity that we had once, and I had him come on, and what he did at the very beginning was just share like his story, but we told them in order for them to hear the remainder of the story and get in on the deal that he was offering, that could only be available for those who attend the event. Okay, so that's just another way to kind of promote your event. Now, you want to have an exclusive offer for VIPs, whether that's VIP meal functions, swag bags, whatever that is, but you want to definitely have something, an exclusive offer for sure. Show your track record in your flyers. And what I mean by that, and in electronic commerce as well, you want to say how many views your previous events have had, the testimonials have had, all that should be in your flyers that you're promoting. Okay, so actually promote your track record as well. Feature speakers and honorees leading up to the events. We talked about that. You all have done that masterfully. Include in your speaker's contract that you want them to post your event on their website or their social media or something. Don't take for granted that speakers are going to do that. I need you all to start including that in your contract. Always ask for rim space. Rim space is the part of the newspaper that's left over. And oftentimes they'll sell that for less money than it would cost you if you were just buying an ad outright. Okay, so always go in asking for rim space. You want to formally extend complimentary registrations to media so they can come and cover your conference in their information. Okay, and I'll stop right there. We can ask questions now, or we can ask questions at the end. But I want to make sure that you all are getting what you need. Trisha, if there's a question in the chat, if you want to vocalize that to me, then you can stop me at any time. Okay. Okay, let's talk about who will fill the seats. First of all, you got to know how many seats you have, right? Be very clear about how many seats you have. Now, in the virtual space, that's real easy, but I am so glad we're going back to live events. So with live events, I want to know how many seats are actually available for me to sell, okay? After that, we talked about defining your audience. You want to make sure that you do that. You don't want to understand the lifestyle that you're promoting to. Because you all, I'm sure you would agree, the lifestyle of a pastor should be, at least should be, somewhat different than a college student. So you want to make sure you understand who you're marketing to. Celebrities and VIPs. And you see here what, well, I say, is it worth it? It's nice to have a celebrity name, absolutely, but it's going to cost you for sure. VIPs, even with politicians. Now, I love some of my politicians for sure, but when it comes to having them at your event, just be mindful. Politicians, they have to sit a certain way. They can't sit with their backs to the audience. They oftentimes will arrive late because they're coming from another event. They oftentimes will come with an entourage that you have not counted for, and you don't know how many are in that entourage before they get there. So just make sure when you are considering celebrities, while that draw may be good for your event, it's going to come with a lot of things that you have to manage during the process, okay? And of course, corporate sponsors. if you have corporate sponsors, and I'm definitely going to spend a little time about getting corporate sponsors near the end, but if you have corporate sponsors, make sure when they show up for your event, you're treating them differently than just your general or your VIP attendees. Because I'm assuming these corporate sponsors pay you money. And the last thing I want to see, at least for my events, the last thing I want to see is somebody that just cut me a check for $100,000 standing in the line with general registration. That should not happen. And always you have to consider children for sure. So first you need to understand who is going to fill the seats. So we talked about social media, creating a Facebook page, do it with caution, engage other influencers, create a Twitter hashtag. And that Twitter hashtag, you should start using that as soon as it should be included in your flyer. A lot of my clients will wait, or they will wait until near end of the event, before the event starts, to start promoting a hashtag. My suggestion to you is start promoting that hashtag early on, because I would share with you this. I had an event where we started promoting the hashtag as soon as we promoted the flyer. We got 2 additional sponsors because that hashtag was in there, and they were able to follow the traffic and read the comments from that hashtag. So start your hashtag as soon as you promote it. Do not wait until the end. Okay? Blogs, join the conversation with other bloggers to promote your event. Ask to cross post with other speakers. That's definitely a way to go for sure. Offer incentives, contests. Your YouTube channel can have your brief, your promos, highlight different elements of your event. Okay. Now, what's really important? Okay, so if you have a Kamala Harris at your event, the likelihood of you having to do a lot of promotion is very slim. But suppose you don't have Kamala Harris. What you need to be prepared to do is move that prospective client as if there was a Kamala Harris in the room. So you want to give them enough information where you can convert them from a prospective client, market to them until they become a paid client. Once they pay, give them information to then become a word of mouth ambassador and share it with others. Okay. So you need to your marketing plan needs to stay connected to your perspectives throughout the entire process. Remember that: prospective, paid attendee, word of mouth ambassador. Okay. Now, let's talk about sponsorships, because I think this may be of value to a lot of you all on the call who are doing events or even have events in mind. The first thing to remember is that when you're talking about sponsorships, you're really talking about connecting with a relationship that I have with Mercedes, a relationship that I may have with Lexus, a relationship that I have with the NFL, where I can call the person in multicultural marketing, or I can call the person in sales and say, hey, I have a client that you may be interested in. It is not transaction, because too many times, especially for others that look like me, strong melanin, too many times I'll get a call, Miss Jared, can you help us get sponsors? Sure, I can help you get sponsors, sweetie. When is your event? Oh, 2 weeks from now. There's not a whole lot I can do with that, because from a sponsor's perspective, they want to know the sustainability of that event. So the sponsor's looking at the timeline. How much air cover or how much airtime do I have with this event, where they're going to promote me from the prior to the event, during the event, and after the event. And if you're only giving them 2 weeks, 6 weeks to do that, you're already starting off in a deficit. Right now, I've secured all my deals that I'm working on now last year. Right now, I'm focusing on the second half of 2022, and I have sponsorship deals for 2023. Okay, so just make sure you're giving yourself enough time, because it is a relationship versus a transaction. Know what you're offering even before you put something out there for sponsorship. Know what the benefits of being connected to you. And it's not about the cost of your event. What you're giving them exposure to is your audience, that more often than not is going to be far more valuable than the dollar price you're going to put in your event. So know exactly what you're offering them. And in the virtual space, there are some amazing opportunities for virtual sponsorship that have opened up that you all should definitely take part in. Do your research, and I'll show you a quick way where you actually go and do your research. Have they sponsored other events similar to yours? Look at that. What areas are part of their current community initiatives? And I'll show you that in a second, how you can actually find that out. Now, do they currently have a presence in the local community? You want to know, because here, I'm sitting in Charlotte, North Carolina, right? I know there's Harris Teeter there. I know there's a Food Lion there. Now, there may be a store. I'm trying to think of a store when I lived in New York that was popular. Let's just say Kaleidoscope Groceries, okay? Kaleidoscope Groceries is only in New York. There is no reason why me, as someone looking for sponsors, should be pitching to Kaleidoscope Groceries in New York. I need to pitch to Harris Teeter. I need to pitch to Food Line. I need to pitch to other organizations that have a local presence. That doesn't necessarily mean their headquarters has to be here. Their headquarters could be anywhere. But if they have a local presence in your community, that is where you want to focus in on, okay? Next, know your numbers. How many people do you expect to reach? You didn't hear me say, how many people do you expect to have at your event? I didn't say that. I said, how many people do you expect to reach? That number is different. Why is it different? Because the people that you reach is everyone that sees your flyer, everyone that comments on a post. That's the audience that you are telling them that you're going to reach. Then you get into your numbers in terms of expectation for attendees, okay? So just be mindful of that. Let's see. And sponsorship can be a multi-channel decision. And what I mean by that, I may approach the Coca-Cola company vice president of diversity. She may then give it to the CMO, the chief marketing officer. He may then give it to someone else. They may decide to go in all at one time. They may decide that they want to just do, one brand or whatever. But just remember, when you're going into these big corporations, even these medium-sized businesses, use a multi-channel approach. So on my team, my sponsorship expert, I may reach the top dog, but then I have her working some of the stuff on the inside to get me a quicker decision. I try to actually create relationships where there's someone on the inside of the company that knows Sharon is coming to get sponsorship, and they can promote and third endorse me or whatever, even prior to me getting to that person that I want to talk to. So just remember, it's a multi-channel approach. There's some what are your prime opportunities? If there's a new company moving into your area, you hit them right away because they're trying to get exposure to the local community. You go right up to them, talk to the CEO and tell them about a sponsorship opportunity you may be interested in. If there's a new marketing executive that's just hired, and the way you find out that kind of stuff is that you're looking on LinkedIn for new marketing executives, those announcements. If they're in your organization or in your community, then that's somebody that may be interested, because guess what? They need a few quick wins under their belt so that they can show that they're connecting with the community real quickly. That's a win for them. I hope this is helpful. I hope this is helping somebody. I need you to type in the chat if it's helpful. If there's a new product release, yeah, that's a prime opportunity because they're trying to get some space, some land on promoting their event, promoting their product. So if you can pull that if you can pull that product into your event, i.e., it could be something as simple as a 5-minute presentation on stage about the iPhone 13, whatever's coming out. But if there's a new product release where you can get that product in front of your clients, either on the stage or through an exhibit, then absolutely you want to consider them for sponsorship. If there's a shift in the customer demographics, you all know exactly what that means. If, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's see. If there's a huge subdivision that's coming into the community that wasn't there yet, and that subdivision is demoing a younger generation, then perhaps people are going to be looking for different products, products that actually target that particular audience. So just pay attention to customer demographics that you're promoting, that you're trying to get to. If there's this is my all-time favorite, always success with this one. If there's some damage control that needs to happen, and a current issue that needs to happen, I'm the girl that can help them get over that, right? Because I'm going to offer them a sponsorship package where it gives them visibility and it gives them an opportunity to present goodwill to the community. So damage control or current issues, something goes down crazy, get on the phone and call those people, let them know, hey, I have a sponsorship, I have an event coming up and would love your sponsorship. End of the year or end of the quarter. And what I mean by that, so right now, most companies are shoring up their sponsorships for next year, right? Usually I like to have all of my sponsorships for 2022 will be confirmed by the end of October, well, the end of September, actually, because you're moving into the last quarter of the year, right? And they want to have all that stuff done because that's when budget shifts happen. So when you see budget shifts happening, executives are sitting there with either they're over budget or under budget. And based on how they turn in those last number determines how much money they're going to get next year. So oftentimes you will have an executive that has what we call use or lose money. If I don't use this money, then I'm not going to get it again in my budget next year. So how about I need to find an event? I'm your girl. Call me. I can find an event where I can spend this money. And now you can't just take the money and not do anything. You still have to deliver on those things that you told them you would do. But that end of the year, lose or use money, sometimes it's golden. So be on the lookout for those things. And also, when someone's new starting out with sponsorships, to build your muscle in asking for the money, I don't have a problem asking for money, but to build your muscle, start with your own local providers. I will tell you, under the Jared Affairs umbrella, I haven't done an event, well, after trial and error, but I haven't done an event where the person who I buy insurance from, yeah, you're going to get a sponsorship for this event. My bank, yeah, you're going to get a sponsorship for this event. So where do you shop? If you look in your checkbook, where do you spend the most of your money? Have a conversation with that service provider or the goods or whatever about supporting you. If I can show that I spent all this money with everything that I've done with the bank and you can't support me in a sponsorship, then we need to have a different conversation, okay? And finally, gifts in kind. Sometimes they may not offer you cash, but they can offer you. I remember one of my very first events when I moved to Maryland, Pretty in Pinstripes, right? It was a luncheon honoring exceptional women in business and government. So I was new to the community, didn't know a lot of people. We had just moved there from New York. So I knew sponsorships were going to be a hard lift with me being new. Okay, you can't provide dollars, but you can definitely help me cut my expenses on the event. So what did I do? I had the local Stop and Shop. They sponsored all the flowers for the event. I had the local car service. At that time, there was no Uber, but the person that drove me to and from the airport, I would need you to pick up my speakers. He did it because he was getting business from me. So if it's not in cash, look at those service providers that you support and ask them perhaps for gifts in kind. Okay? Gifts to cover your expenses. I've already talked about that. Okay. Let's go to the next here. Right here is where I want to show you, know their budget cycle. We talked about that. And when I say budget cycle, you need to understand if a prospective sponsor is on a calendar year basis, or if they go July to June, or they have a different year, because the way they spend their sponsorship dollars would change based on their budget cycle. Okay. Next, what you need to understand about them is we talked about what's in it for me, but in addition to what's in it for me, how long? So you do a sponsorship package. There's some things that sponsors going to get before the event, i.e. it could be a one-on-one conversation with the director of diversity. That's even prior to the event. That's a marketing play and that's a sponsorship play. During the event, you're giving them FaceTime. They're going to go on stage. They may do the moderating. They may interview your celebrity. They may have their name all over the table. That's during the event. After the event, what can you give them? You could always do a raffle just for that. Let me just tell you this. When we raffled off the Mercedes-Benz, the way we did it was after the event. It didn't even happen at the event. After the event, for those who attended, and if they wanted to participate in the raffle, then they participated in the raffle. They were able to ask them questions. It was a marketing play for Mercedes because they got all the information they needed. And then we pulled the raffle at, I think it was the culminating event where we pulled the raffle. So what is it that you can give for your sponsors before, during, and after the event? Yeah, this here, beyond logos. If I hear one more time, well, you get a logo for my event. That's the expectation that you're going to get them a logo. Offer customization. I don't want another sponsorship deck to go out with gold, silver, bronze. Okay? Gold, silver, bronze. We have to stop that. You need to be able to have a baseline sponsorship package with different titles, but then offer customization based on their needs and their budget. Be able to articulate and demonstrate what the ROI, why are they going to spend this money with you? What are you promising them in return? Okay. And always offer a final report. My sponsors at the end of the event, I wrap up a real nice package and I give it to them. Why? Because that opens the door for me to have my next conversation about the next event. Okay. So always talk about the final report that you're going to give. So how do you find out what sponsors are actually looking for? Oftentimes, the foundation of an organization will have that information. If you look here, this is Macy's. This is their corporate giving. It's on their website. Anybody can look at this information, okay? But what they say here, if you notice, our core focus areas of funding is what? Arts and culture, education, the environment, HIV/AIDS, and women issues. Oh, okay. We fall under that umbrella, okay? Black Business Expo, you all fall under that umbrella. Approach Macy's for sponsorship. That's what they're giving money to. Every company, every Fortune 500 company, they have a page like this, okay? When you go on their website, go down to the very bottom and you'll either see something that says foundation, corporate giving, look under other, corporate responsibility. That's what you want to zero in on. Once you know it's something that you are promoting, bam, you have a match, and that's when you can start your promotion or whatever. Okay. Let's see. Now, something that always surprises me is how often we do an event and we never get a survey from the event. Guys, surveys are marketing gold. Post-event surveys are major. It will give you all the information that you need. Why are we not doing them? I don't know. You can decide how you need to change the event in terms of attendee satisfaction. It can help you determine what the impacts were for the event. It measures and proves value to the meeting stakeholders. There's just so many things that you can get from a survey. And I promise you, I have not received an event survey outside of my industry when we do events inside the industry, but from a client perspective, I don't know if I've received an event survey this year so far. So don't forget your event surveys. And there's a certain way that you design an event survey. There's the length of time for the survey. You can't send somebody a 2-page survey with 30 questions. That's not what we're talking about. We need to focus in on those key things. How useful was this meeting to you? Not did you like the event, vote 1 through 5. No, how useful was the meeting to you? Okay. Did you develop any new skills or abilities? Did the meeting change your commitment level? Would you recommend this event to your best friend? See, that's telling right there. Because if they wouldn't recommend that event to your best friend, their best friend, they didn't think very highly of your event. Okay. So start getting to doing the survey questions. That's going to be gold. So before I open the floor up for questions, I want to just tell you all about what I have coming up that may be beneficial to you all. I love working with individuals. I thought when I came out of corporate America that my calling was to bring order to the faith-based organization. And I did a couple of faith-based conferences and weddings. And after about 6, I knew my personality, my passion, it was more on the business side of things. And that's a whole nother conference by itself. But I enjoy doing events, but also as a small business owner, while I have Fortune 500 companies, I've worked with, the best of the best, nonprofit organizations, celebrities, and the like. My passion is for a small business owner, someone like myself, right? I want to make sure that the level of expertise that I've been able to, gather over my 15 plus years in the event planning industry, I want to be able to provide that to other small business owners. So every year, without fail, even during the pandemic, I always offer event planning intensive. And last year I actually did it virtual, but I always offer this class so that people can learn how to create a blueprint. And that blueprint, once you create your own blueprint, you can pull it out at any time and use the same steps, because that blueprint is designed to create repeatable processes that produce a profit. Okay, that's the blueprint. Let's determine what your budget is. What are your income streams? Do you have vendors? Are you pricing them correctly? What's the best price point for you to charge? How do you find sponsors? I actually go into an extra sponsorship deck. How do you find world-class speakers? People have been amazed at the speakers that I've gotten, but I have a strategy and a technique that I use to do that. For example, I only use speakers bureaus for research. I'll never book through a speakers bureau. Why? Because they're going to add on their 30% commission for helping you find the speakers. There are other ways that you can do that, okay? And then we talk more about filling the room. You definitely want to fill the room and how to execute. I'm all about flawless execution. That means building the right team. That means some of the dynamics of that team. You can't share your frustration with anybody on your team. My godmother who lives in Durham, she will tell you, she's pretty much heard every frustration I've had. She's my sounding board, not someone on the team, because that person on the team, if they get annoyed with you, who are they going to share it with? They're going to share it with everybody else. So you find somebody that's not on your team to vent to when things aren't going the way you would like them to go. Okay. And then what we talk about, I share with you all some of the contacts for my Rolodex that will help make your job a little bit easier or get favorable pricing on the things that you need to get, things that you need to get for your event. Perfect for any of the events that you see here. And I hope you guys are definitely interested. So what are the dates this year? Typically, I would do 20 students in each class, but I'm breaking it out this year because from a virtual standpoint, I like to make sure, from any standpoint, I like to make sure my students are getting as much as they can and that they're able to ask as many questions as they can on the day of our event. It's only one day, 6 hours, but you walk away from that event knowing that you can plan an event the next day. So instead of 20, this fall, I'm going to do 2. The first one is going to be on September 18th, and the second one will be November 6th, okay? Time is from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., and that is on a Saturday, 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., and we take about 30 minutes for lunch, okay? Now, what's the investment? My typical cost starts at about $9.99 for a group, $2,500 for one-on-one. $9.99 for a group, $2,500 for one-on-one, okay? However, what I said to Dr. Kelly is because I so honor the information that he's providing to the community, I'm going to offer you all or give you all a gift certificate. That gift certificate is for $450 off the registration to one of my classes, right? The dates you all have. So, and the way you do that, if you're interested, is take your phone out and just shoot this here on the screen, shoot that, and it'll take you to where you can put in the amount that you want to pay. You're either going to put in the remaining balance of the $9.99, given the gift certificate, and this is only good for the people that attend this event, whether they are watching live or on demand until those 10 seats are filled. And I can't say when that's going to be, but once that's done, I shut it down because I have to get in preparation mode to serve the 10 people that have paid. So 2 choices, pay in full, the remaining balance of $549, that's what you put into that link, or you can pay in 2 installments. The installment just has to be paid. The second installment has to be paid before class time. So today, or whenever you do it between now and when it fills up for 10, if that's tomorrow, if that's tonight, once it fills up to 10, it shuts down. But if you're going to go for the 2 payment option, you pay a deposit today of $300 and you pay that remaining deposit based on your schedule as long as it's before the class date that you are signed up for, okay? And I have 15 plus years of experience. I have no problem offering, which I think everybody should do anyway, a money back guarantee. If you attend my class, and all this is being recorded, guys, but if you attend my class, and if 7 days you say, Sharon, is not what I thought it was going to be, I'll give you all your money back, okay? I can tell you, in the last 7 years I've done this class, I have not had one request for money, giving their money back, okay? But I always honor that because I think any small business owner worth their weight in gold, you should stand behind your product and be willing to give people their money back if they don't get what they need, okay? So that is my presentation. I'm going to keep this up for you all to take a screenshot, or you just point your phone to it with your camera, and it'll go right to my PayPal. And I think that's it. Oh, yeah, the red carpet. I always roll out my red carpet, whether it's online or live. And I'm so glad live is coming back. So right now, I'll open up the call for any questions if anybody wants to ask me a question. I think that's where we go now, right, Dr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mrs. Sharon. Jared, this was an awesome presentation that you gave, and we certainly enjoyed it. Do you have any information you want to leave where people can contact you? I know you left up this stuff for the class, but do you want to leave your email or telephone number where people can contact you at this time?
I will put it in the chat. Are we taking questions or no?
Was you able to hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I said, are we taking questions or no?
Okay, that'd be great.
Can you hear me?
No.
Are we taking questions? Are we taking any questions?
We're going to have to close at this time. And we thank you for taking time out today to join us at the Black Business Expo.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
No, unfortunately not. We have to prepare for the next speaker to come up. Thank you, side. And we also want to take this time to talk a little bit about our mission here at the Black Business Expo. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give away 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students. And students can register at blackbusinessexpousa.com, and you will also see our Cash App going across the screen. And we also want to thank our supporters here for the Black Business Expo for this year. We want to thank Black Leaders Worldwide. We want to thank Pinelli Properties LLC. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. First Atlantic was also a sponsor for us this year. Step Management, NC-100, Moody Capitals Partners, A New Way Home, North Carolina, Lee Entertainment, Promise Media, Sway Soul, Lotus, Roche Coaching and Training, Genius is Common. We also have a few more we want to thank, and that is Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Sharon Campbell Solutions Group, Kingdom Legacy Partnership, LLC, Levelist Business Strategies, Creative Force Studios. Also, we want to thank Black Business Expo USA, and every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. And we'll see you on the other side. And genius is coming.
Genius level talent. Then you have to believe on it. Do you have to believe in it so hard because people put their insecurities on you?
Squad made the beat.
My name is Scott Galley, and I'm the CEO of Hashtag Industries, and I am a genius.
Hey y'all, it's TSU The Buzz Radio with your host, I am Zaire, also known as DJ Roz, and I am genius.
Our job is to find that genius level talent and then to apply it in a way that supports that genius level talent.
My name is Mariah Lee. I'm a musician and I am a genius.
I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the spell.
My name is Justice. My genius is music. Genius is comedy.
Doesn't mean you have to walk around planting unwanted seeds. Doesn't mean you have to walk around with all the guns.
My name is Mira Moffitt. And my genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hi, I'm Celeste Stein, an associate professor of mass communication. Although I have a lot of interests, my genius is actually nurturing and helping others to achieve their full potential. I currently teach at Tennessee State University, where genius is common.
I
am a genius.
My name is Gabriel Golden. I'm a student at Tennessee State University, and everyone has a genius in them. So I challenge you to find your genius.